was a Nile Valley civilization. What up? Black 1, 2, 1, 2. There wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war when it just said just a root got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara, ring bearer, ring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and out through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt, Black Egypt, Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the now started. Black Egypt, and how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flow. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. That's right. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing.
Same thing, bro.
Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing.
Like the video, share the video.
Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 What up, y'all? Nah, I'm just chilling. Took my, I got up early, start working about 4 in the morning. I laid it down about noon, 1 o'clock. Then I got back up, and I'm ready to rock. So let's get it in. Like the video, let's have a good discussion. Thanks to the people out there already. We about to do the knowledge. Let's go. Upper Egypt boy, got that white crown, Upper Egypt boy. Yeah, let's go.
Babylonian bars, you can really spit it, get it, dagger on me. That harpoon, it ain't for abalone. Phoenician pieces made of Nubian gold. Antediluvian scrolls hit the Nubian poles. And if you wanna debate that, you'll get truly exposed. I'm like the king of Axum, action. Bring the maxims of Patar back to action. I actually swing my axe, so I axis 32 degrees west on the y-axis. Try and catch us. Christianity was stole from Kemet. Lying. Compare the book of Psalms to Amenope. Sometimes when rhyming, I'm just like a shaman, okay?
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly.
I'm a star charting Bantu boy with my bow and arrow. I raise a king in my gnome if I don't know the pharaoh. Explosive and lethal in your dreams like Joseph the Hebrew. And no sending evil wide jet and neck bent. Here to ward that off, I'm not a sage burner. Scroll learner, the page turner. The script writer, put the pen down cause I don't need it.
What's up,
cause
what's
I got
up?
the white crown, the upper
rock
Egypt.
the white crown,
yeah.
Say top shimmer,
yeah.
You rock the red crown,
yeah.
Say top man.
Shout out to the chat, I'm gonna get at y'all in a second.
Say top shimmer,
yeah.
You rock the red crown,
yeah.
Say top man.
Come on.
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's
It's really rather silly, man.
Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. silly.
I'm a C group, Magi Archer, from Ta-Nehisi. You conscious community pseudos never try to test me. As I'm in Rock Squad up. Religion, and when I'm on the mic, don't cut my wisdom, boy. I'm W.E.B. Du Bois. I'll smother you under the Sphinx, heed the voice. Ancestrally cooking up mean lyrics. Cats fighting cause they don't think the Dogon has seen Cirrus. And DNA can't prove ethnicity. How you conscious? You say Pacific instead of specifically. You know my so raw, you get crushed. Think the force of a hippo jaw. I rock the white crown, say top shimmer. You rock the red crown, say top metal. You rock the white crown, say top shimmer. You rock the red crown, say top metal.
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Try conquering my crown, really very silly.
We're gonna play one more cut just on the strength.
And that's really very silly. My crown.
But we'll play the video though.
Try conquering my crown, really very
Why?
silly.
Cause I'm getting comfortable. I'm still getting comfortable.
Very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Hold on. Stop that thing. What's up with y'all? Shout out to the chat. What's up, Dashara? What's up? Common Side FX. Truth It Is Logic. Chris MVP. What's up? Hit me at casual@hieroglyphics.com. Yep. Or get my number from somebody. Or come in the chat. I'll give you my number. I mean, not the chat, but you know what I mean. James, what's up? James. Venice. Let's get it. Venice, what's up? Omar Reed. Indigenous African. Common Side, do me a favor. So we could build up the viewership like the video. I ain't gonna rush into this one. It's a what? It's a Friday or a Saturday? Let me see. I don't be knowing. Oh, it's a Friday. Cool, I can treat it appropriately. All my bars got doubles and triples and quadruple entendres. Babylonian bars, Ugaritic spit it. Get it? Dagger on me. See, the dagger on me was such a good rhyme with Babylonian. Babylonian bars, Ugaritic spit it. Get it? Dagger on me. That harpoon, it ain't for abalone. You're already deep in the comedic knowledge right there. You know what I'm saying? But to tell them about that harpoon, that's one of them war items. One of them war items of Kemet. Hold on, what's up? I'm cool. I don't want nothing. That's one of the war items of Kemet, but we ain't gonna rush into it. We're gonna let some people get in the house, like the video. I'm gonna play this joint. It's a Friday evening. See if y'all can find some knowledge in this music. I released this about 12 years ago. Y'all know how we do. Check it out. Enjoy.
Hey yo, just so your bookie don't overlook me, I still rock a show with rookies. The flow is cookies dipped in milk. Spider-Man dipped in silk. I gangsta lane and left the tilt. Sit mic check H deuce. See the 7 deuce Monte Carlo? Yeah, that's the Grey Goose. Right hand, your hype man. Why the crew Bogart, your bodyguard? We so hard, Yakuzali, your body scarred. Stin shooter, Glock user, rockin' pop music. See the Mac flow over ya. The gap blow, Joe, you see so many arms, you get arachnophobia. The black foe, shut shit like the lacto. Normally laid back, but he on the attack. It's the chic answer, Diop of hip hop. The rhyme
Chic answer, Diop of hip hop.
Ursa Ma'at, Ross, and Tepin Ra. The clan murderer of land burglars. It's the first stellar people. Nigga, we the best. Rome next to the Olmecs. Who told the secrets to the Masons? Rock ride my pineal with no apron to hoodie scriptures. Rappers trying to be trappers, but we truly vicious, wild and unruly with it. Rap songs, animated Pixar, movie pictures on the utmostest. Rain like the third Tutmosis.
Yeah, that's that good joint. Don't like the video so we can have a nice build tonight. Let's go. Come on.
With the tongue play, I place words in the beats when it's heard in the streets. It's like audible feng shui with tennis shoes hanging from electric wires. Corner store wallpaper, neglected flyers. And you expect the liars to rectify us. When cops come around, they petrify us. Emptiers won't deny us, pious. We only understand the heights of the highest. Who the most treacherous? Son, the flow effortless. Wonderful, wet tundra flow. The essence is excellence. Drop bombs under your bungalow. Heavy flow, bro. Don't get caught in the undertow. You got fans that'll be irresponsible. Most rappers know, so they fear the monster. Boy, wet, saturated, hydrated. I vibrated up out of my physical. A wizard to you pseudo-lyrical misfits. This is more than a band. These are signs and symbols of primordial man. Smashrock and Toe Ray, twice your lifespan.
Young man been one of the best kept secret for a long time in that hip hop game. Alright, let's get it in though. Knowledge. Nah, man, we chilling. Why not? We can do whatever we want. We gonna hit them with the knowledge. We gonna hit them with the knowledge.
This is 101% music.
But they gotta know we be cooking too. You always gonna see some metal nature in the background. Notice that. After this, we gonna learn.
You can't classify, cashy fly. I just do it like I do it, don't ask me why. And they still trying to keep up with it when he fuck with it, admit it. I'm considered the hardest to spit it to critics. And that's Teray on the beat thuggin'. Just do it like I do it cause the streets love it. I'm in the east.
See, notice we always standing in front of that building in every video.
And the kids love cash. It's cash be in the hood like a mechanic. Rocking the mic is granted, and the ladies love when Smashrock and start going off, blowing and showing off. They compliment me, I blow them off. MCs, I blow them out of route. 20-point rule, it ain't cool. Beats bumping on a cheap budget. I just do it like I do it, cause the streets love it. Where the boss, where the rippers at? Where the cops, where the snitches at? Really though, that's y'all shit, I ain't into that. I just do it like I do it, cause the streets love it.
That's how I feed my family.
Right, you know I got this. Pick your top 6 rappers, I'm on their hot list. Show shot cannot be monotonous. They get locked up, they all hitting octaves like a choir. I desire setting mics on fire, sire. That the ladies admire, poet for hire. Retire, if hip hop that made you a liar. I'm high, the rich prior player with a prior. I tease them, got plenty of poems to appease them. Got guns and cops won't search or seize them. I'm flavored up. You saving up for your rims like a burglar. Your boys drop jewels and gems. While you doing minstrels, writing foolish hymns. Ain't a rapper on the West that can fool with him. Ain't a rapper on the West that can fool with him.
Ain't a rapper on the West that can fool with him. Come on, turn that up in your house.
Where the box, where the rivers at?
Yeah.
Where the snitches at? Really though, that's y'all shit, I ain't into that. I just do it like I do it cause the streets love it.
I ain't even gotta finish with that. We ain't gonna do that no more. We gonna get to the knowledge. So this is what's happening throughout the conversation we've been having about ancient Egyptian sacrifice. We went over many different categories, from retainer sacrifice to what we find in some ritualistic occurrence around the object called the tekhin. And RC is in the chat. Oh yeah, Chief X ready to be a punching bag tonight. We got our favorite punching bag in the building. Shout out to Chief X. What's up, Sadiq? What's up, James? Lion Times, Indigenous African. Yo. Favorite punching bag in the building. You know, like when people train for a fight, they call that one sparring partner that they know that they about to pop, pop, pop. But here we go. Let's keep it on point. And so the occurrence of retainer sacrifice that we discussed, when trying to cast that on Kemet, no one has gotten out of the Old Kingdom. Specifically, scholars relegate that to about the first dynasty with 4 occurrences we know with old dynasty pharaohs. And then we see a different phenomenon as we leave the first dynasty, where we do see something that looks similar, but it's not the same occurrence. No continuous grave top burials, which lets us know the phenomenon was dying out. And then we don't see it at all in the areas that we call Egypt anymore. This is retainer sacrifice. But if you go further south to what we call the parents of Egypt, beyond Ta-Nehesi, into the greater regions of Tassetia, what we would know as, even beyond the frontier or beyond Tasseti, well into the, but it would not be known as Kush or anything at these times. But in, like the Belina period is later on, we find Kerma burials. But regardless, throughout the entire tradition, or the entire Sudanese tradition, we do find whatever this practice was of being buried around the king. But then we start talking about the Tekhen, which took us into other things, and people have even went as far as to say the smiting scenes that we see, and I have one up here, but you probably can't really see it. So let me try to make it bigger. This ancient Egyptian smiting scene is evidence of sacrifice. And I had a little, me and Reggie had a discussion about this for a moment, and lately, this morning, I was talking to Jay Mill about this. And he was putting forth his attestations that would seem to say that they are presenting, or they are sacrificing these people for this deity right here. And so, obviously, the photographs would make it appear as such if we don't give a lot of detail to the photographs. The most detail we could give to the photographs is to read the text. That indeed is the most detail we could pay to the vignette. It has accompanying text. And primarily one argument is, first of all, there's plenty of ways to dismantle the argument that some are bringing forth, is that the smiting scene is a sacrifice. Your first piece of evidence is that scholarship does not say that. If you Google the smiting scene, it'll always be attached to the military actions, the power and the rule of the pharaoh. And the motif that we see to the left of a pharaoh with a mace in his hand about to smite. So he got about, if you could really see, he got about as many people as you want to say, maybe over 30, 40 people by the hair. You really can't see it, but if you can see my mouse that's in this air. And he about to smite him. Now this motif goes back to ancient times. Nah, I wouldn't get nervous because you're here, Chief X, if you're talking to me, because that ain't even you ain't in the realm of confrontation in my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't how I feel about you, not confrontational. You know what I'm saying? But when I had confrontations when I was younger, in order to not get nervous And in order to not have hood anxiety, that's how I developed the nickname Smash. You could ask anybody in Oakland. It was so that, like, if somebody came around that I had something with, oh, it was happening. It was like, I mean, you know, it was just, and so in order to avoid that, I became confrontational. And I got the opposite of getting nervous when people come around. You feel me? Because I learned that as a young man to deal with that hood anxiety of what he gonna do? What he gonna do? I'm gonna do. He need to be worried about what I'm gonna do. That's what I used to be on. But shout out to everybody watching. So check it out. This motif, which survived since ancient times. I don't know how much we find scholars equating this to sacrifice, the scene, but it's more or less equated, even just how we see it years later. Where's that at? The same scene years later here. It's always categorized as the power of the king in military action. But in the smiting of an enemy, we have one of the rituals of sacrifice. Right? What I mean is so Reggie says the smiting seas is in fact. That's definitely not in fact. It's not in fact. So you could say, in my opinion, but you said it was in fact ritual sacrifice. I'd definitely be willing to challenge that and to show all the flaws in that era right here, right now. Okay. And so what scholarship, you can listen to YouTube dudes who've been around everybody so they know, or you can look at scholarship. And you won't find a book, a teaching, or a class that categorizes this smiting scene as a scene for sacrifice. And we're going to do this live like we always do. And because we see military action again on this palette, we've had some like Brother Reggie go as far as to say that these executed persons, what have you, after the result of the military action as we know as the unifying of Upper and Lower Egypt, were just merely some type of a sacrifice. Like, oh, we just need to go find 9 people, 10 people. I'm just saying, it's more than 10. They represent more than 10 people. But we need to go find these men and sacrifice them for the purposes of the sacrifice. Because if they are executed as a result of military action, then we should also be sensitive when we tread into those waters, because there's a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to that side of the discussion. So this is what I mean. Oh, okay. I can't follow the chat right now. Sometimes when I follow following the chat will throw you off. So let me just cook, and then I'm gonna come back. You gotta know how to cook and just don't even look at the chat. Then come back and look at the chat. So, as I was explaining, and then Reggie said that this was a bird too. Let's take note of that. Because he made a mistake and confused the bird lady motif that we don't even know if it's bot. We just think it is because her arms are curled, with actual bot. Go back and look at your research and you're going to see, oh, yeah, I say the bird lady, but on that bird lady attestation, it don't say it's bot. But we clearly see this looks like I don't know why a cow would have horns. Nevertheless, it looks like this is representative of a cow with horns. Or let's just say a female face with horns. But to keep going, some of the attention we need to make when we discuss, or some of the attention needs to be paid when we discuss military executions. And the best way I could describe it so that everyone could understand is the discussion of a military execution before the separation of church and state. And I hope you don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Because if you notice one thing, that in the history of the world, the only time they separated God from what the nation needed to do was in America. Y'all can tell me, am I wrong? Think about the history of the world. So when you have, it's still one nation under God in America, so it's still not separated from that. But understand what I mean and understand what we have to address when discussing capital punishment in a nation where state and religion is not separated. See, I'm going to make y'all focus on that before we open up the chat. Because this is what they're going to try to get around. And these are the details that the mind needs to focus on to understand the concepts that they analyzing. So I'm going to say it like this. To put it in modern terms, in a capital punishment execution, let's say somebody get the electric chair. We know the ritual of getting the chair. You've seen it on TV. Get his last meal, last cigarette, whatever, right? But understand this, that even with the separation of church and state, who's one of the last people to see an executed American before he's executed? Who's one of the last people to see him? The high priest. Tell me I'm wrong. But before it was separated, one could argue or one could ask or do the research whether that execution in the eyes of even the American, before we separated church and state, to where, you know what I mean? I know that got to do with schools and stuff, but it got to do with the whole entire government. Thank you. He said a priest. Because a priest is one of the final people that sees someone executed before capital punishment is placed upon them, does not make that a sacrifice. You could draw a priest on the paper. So imagine if you're looking at a vignette of an American execution. Right? And they draw a priest with the Bible standing next to the man in the electric chair, standing next to the executioner about to pull the thing. Someone could misappropriate that too as some type of a religious sacrifice. But let's go back to the times in America when they had not separated these things. Most, even war, dude. People be writing religious stuff on the side of guns before they go to war. Well, let's just talk about it. Most of the capital punishment in this nation under God was dealt out under some religious premise? No or yes? Yes or no? Tell me how I'm messing up. I'm pondering whether before they say, no, we can't do this, we can't have this all tied together, we got to separate these things. It was the same thing. A person getting executed was so-called getting executed for the will of the nation, which is under God. Tell me where I'm going wrong. Because if we understand these things, that, okay, it was different before someone came up with, well, we got to separate what we religiously think from just the way we run our society. Just to point out to where I'm making some error in that before, so we can proceed. Because I need to know. Because if that be the case, then every time you see some type of capital punishment, and then you see religious figures or what have you, even the motifs of deity, is not it would not be the same as we would say. We can't use that as evidence of sacrifice, like they're doing that because of the deity, or that the deity mandates it, or that they're going to get some extra reverence from the deity for performing the sacrifice. But when talking about, or I should say performing the execution. But when talking about this palette, I just would argue that my brother was creatively, just putting it on thick, over expounding, putting it on thick, exaggerating. And so when we hear the word ritual, see, this is our problem. We hear these words and we don't understand them in depth. Because you think the word ritual also got something to do with cult, and then you think it got something to do with sacrifice. So you hear a word like ritual and they say ritual objects. But let me tell you something. Life works in orbits. And anything you do systematically within your orbit, let's say 24-hour orbit, that's a day, right? What's your ritual of freshening your mouth in the morning? Brushing your teeth. You might use some mouthwash, but what's the actual ritual? You put the toothpaste on the toothbrush, which is the ritual object. Do you think that's not a ritual? Well, it is a practice that you perform in order to keep some stank out of your mouth. Now, what makes it not a ritual? What just makes it a custom or a practice? What makes a ritual object besides the fact that they're repeating an object for some? Okay, so let's talk about it. Whatever rite should be extracted from that ritual. Correct? You see? And so now when we got ritual objects, the rite extracted from the ritual object of the toothbrush is not having stanky breath. But I'm just keeping it real. I'm pointing out that every ritual ain't even religious. Now, some will say that's not necessarily a ritual. Well, I could give you a better one that couldn't be confused with a common custom of hygiene. That's something more ritualistic. again, upon greeting men, shaking with the right hand is also a common occurrence that's going to repeat in your life ritualistically. And when someone steps to you with the left hand, you're going to think all of these other things. Nevertheless, I don't. That don't got nothing to do with sacrifice or nothing either. So don't be confused when people say it's a ritual object. Because just a ritual just simply means something like a right being granted afterwards. After, we go through this custom, what have you. So we see ritual objects all over the place. In any type of what is the ritual? I mean, in most processions, right? Some of the ritual objects that we see in this procession of men are still the same ritual objects we use to this day. This would be considered like a flagpole that these men are holding, so to speak. A totem, if you want to go back, and if you really want to go back, a standard with deity on top. You know what I'm saying? And so the scene right here is repeated all throughout Kemet. And all you got to do really to just know people is tripping, I'm going to come right here, I'm going to go smiting scene. Smiting scene, right? And a lot of different attestations addressing the smiting scene is going to pop up. Every source is going to say the same thing. The smiting scene is a traditional symbol of kingship in ancient Egypt, which dates back to the pre-dynastic period and is symbolic of smiting the enemies. Okay? The origin and development of the smiting scene, and I downloaded this document earlier and read up on it, but we could just briefly go up on it. I downloaded it already though. Let me see. Here we go. Then I'm gonna open up a Zoom. So check it out. We just in the origin and development of the smiting scene. Here's the abstract. The depiction of the king with the mace raised above the helpless prisoner, as we talk about capital punishment. It says depiction of the king with the mace raised above the helpless prisoner is one of the most prominent and enduring images of ancient Egypt. Although it has often been claimed that the origin for this iconic image lies in pre-dynastic era, this is unlikely. Whatever. Not until the Narmer palette do we see the possible model for dynastic development of the image. These developments are traced here with the early dynastic period, within the early dynastic period. So I don't even want to do hella readership, but look into this document, and he notes all the places we see it. And again, the depiction of the supposed victory scene with prisoners. My point is, they say controlling bound prisoners. No one even discusses, no literature we find discusses the motif of the ancient Egyptian smiting scene as a sacrifice. Let me try to find some stuff. So they think this is an Akkadian smiting scene. That might be like, oh, is this where that come from? But notice this person doesn't have any type of pharaonic regalia or what have you. Smiting on the Narmer palette. This is what we addressing. If we accept that the T100 images does represent a smiting scene, despite the above objections, it says the lack of such a sense of Nakata 2C, a lack of such a scene from Nakata 2C to the beginning of the first dynasty, does the normal palette present a smiting scene in the same vein? So they wondering, is the smiting scene from the normal palette trying to be like this? But I mean, I'm asking, because somebody asked me to show the homework. So here go the homework, some of the homework, where you won't even find the word sacrifice in the document. And it's not just one piece of work, but you can look throughout the internet, and whether or not sacrifice occurred or not, those of us who are trying to take this motif and superimpose it on just like some ritual sacrifice are being creative. We're being creative. All right. Now it says, there is no other example of a king holding a mace until the reign of Din in the second half of the first dynasty, from which we have a detailed label, figure 5, and inscription in the Sinai. The picture of the king holding the mace on the label portrays several differences from Narmer. The stance of Din, leaning forward rather than upright and static, is active, and he holds the mace far enough down the handle in order to get a good grip to strike. Therefore, this is indeed a smiting scene, although whether the grovel Asiatic was executed is questionable. Okay? So, although whether the groveling Asiatic was executed is questionable, he grasped the king's leg in a gesture of submission and appears to hold Din's other hand, which rests on the Asiatic's head. So he said you could question whether this strike of smiting even killed him. Because the smite is just a strike. We know that in ancient Egyptian tech. It just means to strike a blow. It never means to behead. Smiting don't mean to behead. And if it does, you tell me in what tradition does smiting mean to behead? Now, you can smite somebody and they got murked or they got killed. But the actual ancient Egyptian term they translate for smite is ha or hai, and it is like to hit. Hey, somebody might say hey, H-A or H-A-I, or ha, something like that, you know. So the smite means to hit. And it says here, therefore it is indeed a smiting scene, although whether the groveling Asiatic was executed is questionable. So what if one proposed, man, he just got bumped on the head and put in place? Nah, because you see him lying there. You see him lying under the bull, meaning he got conquered by the bull. But that ain't me proposing that. That's him proposing that. Notice how we always find scholarship. Let's find the scholarship that say that this is a sacrifice. We got a lot to look at here. Because again, the most compelling argument to me is mounted by J. Mill. And I could kind of like see what he's saying because he put a lot of good evidence in my face. But it was still not getting around what we talking about. So hold up. See this right here? So this is a similar motif from Den, a label. See that circle right there? So this is like a shoebox label, so to speak. Something that was on the label. So therefore, we kind of already know not to take it too far. But this smiting right here of the... Now, I would even go as far to say this could be not even the smiting of no foreign people, because the headdress that this person has on, this could almost be, like I said, the last pharaoh. Just because his headdress is more elaborate. Look. But, and that's good. So let's see how many times we see the smiting scene that we can actually say, look, there go the result of the smiting scene and the person is dead over there. Because if you go back to the Norman palette, now you're going to say that about this. You're going to go, he got smited and look, there he go laying there. But that can't be him twice. And that neither of these people got the same name as him. So you're not going you're not going magical. No, we on the level right here. This is a location which that man represents. And this is a location, I would say, or let's just say a name. This is old. They're not even writing out Full Metal Nature yet. But what you clearly see is that they got different insignia. That's not the same insignia as he has. See? So what does that mean? Anyone who try to do some lookership and tell you, look, he killing them on the top, and then you see him laying dead on the bottom. You can easily disprove that. So keeping along the line of the research we looking at, every trampled man we see symbolically represents the people of a certain extraction. As we see this bull knocking over this fortress and the man right here. That's symbolic. He not really getting stepped on by a bull. So then we come up here, they not really roping up two separate pods, which doesn't develop in Mesopotamia. And I don't know why anybody who ever seen a Magi Archer show would say that. If you think this motif developed in Mesopotamia, you haven't. You just showing me how many ancient Egyptian palettes you have not seen. I could prove this motif does not develop in Mesopotamia in under 5 minutes. To the point to where everybody will be like, oh yeah, but let's keep going. This is not, they didn't really have them roped up like this. This is a symbolic gesture about the unification of upper and lower. And likewise, now this is the most realistic, let's just be real. This is the most storytelling, realistic representation here. And even you know that didn't occur like this. What I mean is a person holding the standard like this ain't even representative of one man at the bottom. This person will be representative of a whole tribe. This one too, this one too. All of this needs to be read. We got the names of the people around the royalty that lets us know this is a royal procession. Now, yeah, to sacrifice, no. Where's that happening at? All you see is dead people over here. And so, again, we just being creative. So I'm going to look at some of the stuff that J Mill was hit me with. So his point is, and this is, I was illustrating the error in his logic as well for my brother. J Mill's point is, so this is the thing, and this is what I be saying about, the reason why we work together so well is because my brother got a lot of knowledge in the field. He go to Egypt all the time. We trying to go again at the end of the year, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go. Just on this high school daughters in college, I gotta be here. But now, his point is, most every time you see this scene, you see deity. Like this was the deity, but it ain't there no more. And these are J Mill's photos not off the internet. So shout out to him for supplying the photos. So people just be tripping. First of all, how literal y'all be trying to be? And if you want to be that literal and you can read Metal Nature, why don't you read the Metal Nature? Like, it makes no sense for us to embark on this trail with people who can read the glyphs and then we don't want to read them. Because I'll beat you up every time when that happens. Because you're going to know why. You're going to find out that this ain't just nothing, no picture. And first of all, if one man could hold about 50 people by the hair at once and kill them, then we might be on to something. Oh, no, it don't mean that. Well, it can't mean a lot of other things, too. This is still a symbolic representation of having control over some people. But the error we make when looking at this one specifically, Karnak is a story of a battle that happened in real life. And in the battle, none of this happened like this. What I mean is they tell a tale. So what we get to is the part where Ramses, so the Battle of Kadesh, right? Yes, the Battle of Kadesh with the Hittites, where nobody won. But Ramses came back and portrayed it like he won. Everybody know that. And in these portrayals, we see the same thing. But when you go in deep on this part of the story, we really start to learn a lesson. What I mean is, this Karnak story is told about the Battle of Megiddo, right? But, I mean, not the Battle of Megiddo. I'm sorry, that's Tutmos. I mean, it's told about Battle of Kadesh that really happened, and what happened at that point that he was describing, and we'll see in the translations. And I even got another copy of it from Seti's War Scene. At that point, Ramses had been abandoned. And what happened? The Amun troop, the troop of Amun had abandoned Ramses. Right? I'm looking at these words just to try to find some stuff. And when they abandoned him, what's happening with my computer? Hello? Wow, when the screen was just glitching. When they abandoned him, Ramses prayed to Amun to deliver his enemies into his hands. In return to be delivered back to Amun because he gonna kill him. But this ain't what y'all was talking about when y'all say a sacrifice. You wasn't saying somebody gonna go out into a military war exhibition, lose his troop, pray to his deity, and then he gonna prevail in the fight, and the people that he prevailed over in the fight is a sacrifice. Y'all would never say that. But that's what this text say. So that's how you know when you menudoed up. So the difference is we can't be too enamored by the vignette without addressing the accompanying text. And obviously, we would not be able to do this in this fashion. So what would you do? You would go to read Ramses at Karnak, the Battle of Kadesh, which was written all over this temple. And so another good point that Jamil made when looking at this photograph, and I'm saying it's to be used against the point as well, because this is at Karnak. And what he wanted me to see was all of these, in every instance, we have the Nisu presenting offerings to the Netcher. If we go along the wall, what's up, Donnie? What's up, Nomadic? Brother Reggie, I'm going to open up a chat. Hope y'all got some time. It say, now if you look, every time we see this, as much as I can zoom in, honestly, you see a Hotep table. That's what I pointed out to my brother. I'm like, bro, we read the glyphs, right? So we know when we see an offering. So look, this is the first one. The Nisu presenting something to deity. We can't see the Hotep table because of this big rock right here. But right here we see Nisu presenting something to deity. Probably was the god Men. And we see this Hotep table right here. See that table? Yeah, so that Hotep table right here is letting us know that this is the true act of an offering to them, which some call a sacrifice. Hold on, what happened? I got lost somewhere. I just clicked out the picture on accident. Is it this one? Yeah, this is it. Now, find one of these without the offering table. Here again, we got the offering table. And if we go in and read this, I can't get in close enough, but I wanted to show the motif, which is possibly not here because it was on the top rock, of Hotep D. Nisut, which lets us know that these are on a different section of the temple, offerings being made to deity or divinity. Each time you see the Hotep table down here, right? That's what that is, the offering table. Now, it looks different in different scenes, but you know what that is. And so what we have here is, never is we going to see in any of these offering scenes somebody doing the smiting scene, offering that to deity. But then my brother Jamil said that's not true. He says that is what we're seeing when we look at the other stuff. And I said that's where you messing up. That's where you clearly messing up. And the brother Reed met him that you're just as good as me, but we got different ambitions. You know, when you in the field more, he in the field more, so he probably ain't tripping like that. But here you go, why you messing up number one. Because this whole list of texts we see where they're giving offerings to the gods, in the story that we could read all of the translations of this temple, it has nothing to do with this scene at all, or any place where we see this scene. But nevertheless, let's go back to the Norman palette, and this is one for y'all, and this is one for J Mill and one for Reggie. You will see, just like you'll see the priest in any motif of a modern capital punishment, you will see a Netcher accompanying most of these smiting scenes. Okay, Netcher Horus. accompanied, and now again. So even since ancient times, we do see the nature. But what did we say about church and state? That wasn't separated. It was all one thing. If you could rule your area, it was given up to whatever you believed in. So you can't say this is happening because you believe that, and you want that's doing reverse scholarship. But what I'm gonna do right now is open up a chat, because I done talked for an hour. But I ain't gonna talk for no 2 hours. But I just wanted to make a few points about that smiting scene, and we could keep and continue looking over other ones and reading what they say online about the smiting scene, and what we'll come to the conclusion that they got that classified as simply meaning something about military action. All right, I'm gonna share this. Oh, hold on. What's disingenuous, Judah? Ain't nothing I be doing disingenuous, you know that. All right, now it's gonna get popping. Somebody click that link with their contentions, man. Don't even trip. And we gonna while we wait for somebody to click the link, what we gonna do? We gonna hear that White Crown. We could play that instrumental. We gonna let y'all vibe to the instrumental. That's for anybody to click the link right now. That's your theme song, to click the link. It's like you walking out the cages in the UFC. I mean, walking down the tunnel in the UFC. You feel me? Come on. Let's talk about this thing. Let's talk about these smiting scenes that y'all messed up so appropriately. Find a smiting scene that ain't related to war, and you're gonna win some money tonight. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I'm about to do some new hip hop sometime soon. We taking a break for y'all to click the link one time. Click the link one time. Click the link one time. Come on. Click the link one time. Click the link one time. Alright. That's how we used to set the cipher off. Yo, I clicked the link one time. Come on, Donnie, come gas this instrumental. I got the white. Come say it. I got the white girl. Oh, they scared. They scared. They don't want to hit that link tonight. Ain't no reason to be scared. We gonna keep on building. Spit something. Heck no. If I spit something, everybody gonna run. Hey, come in, man. Somebody hit the clap. Let's get it pop-a-lopping. There you go, brother Reggie. Alright, we're gonna let Reggie in. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Brother Reggie in the building. You there, Reggie? We're gonna wait till Reggie might get right. Now Reggie was one of the biggest he was very creative. And he got knowledge. But my brother's creative. Oh, we got people in the waiting room, okay. Sunchild and Reggie trying to join right now, but we having some issues. It's about to go down. Exactly, Joe. All right, we got Sunchild in the building. Let me stop the track. What's up with it? Mic check 1 2. You there, Sunchild?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. How you doing?
Good, brother. Thanks for taking me in.
No doubt, no doubt. Thanks for building with us. We also got Brother Reggie in the building. Peace, Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie, you there?
Yes, how you doing?
Hey, just looking over some of the war scenes from Seti the First and some of the war scenes from Narmer
Mhm.
Palette and the war scenes from Karnak. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm just getting a couple of my sources together on deck, and so we're gonna end this Nermer thing right now.
Uh-oh, you about to beat me up? You came in aggressive. Body blow. Go ahead.
Well, I'm speaking in my soft voice. The people say, "Which type? What brother Reg we gonna get tonight?" So we're gonna get the scholarly brother Reggie. I was on another show, and I was asking questions, and they didn't like my questions, and so. All right, so let's is Sunchild. I'll let you start first. What's going on, good bro? Let me hear what you
Yeah,
got.
peace, brother Reggie. Happy belated birthday to you as well,
Yeah, happy
brother.
belated, Reggie.
Mm.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Man, today I was helping a person for 5 years on a case, and we got a negative uh, verdict on a discrimination case, and I'm a little upset about that, and we have to do an appeal, and that makes gonna have me do more work. And man, yeah. And then what else happened? Oh, the only place I was exchanging my XRP, the stupid attorney general, she filed suit on that one company that allowed because I live in New York. So if I lived anywhere else, I can exchange out my XRP.
Oh,
And
I can help you with that. Don't worry about that. That's easy.
oh, I need your help.
Oh, you know how we do.
But I live in New York, so
Yeah,
New
yeah.
York is different, you
Yeah,
know?
you'll be fine.
Oh, smash. Thank you so much. So I won't be hard on you tonight. Okay, so let's but see Smash got me by the cojones now. Because if
Nah,
I
do the scholarship. We
okay.
need to go
All
in.
right, so
Go
Smash.
in. Yeah.
Okay, so I just need to check. Is everybody here watching? Listen, how many people we got on?
Oh, we got about 67 people in the chat. Well, shout out to y'all. Like the
Okay.
video, like it. Let's get more people in the house.
I was hoping Brendan would be here. I was hoping that I called Ankh, sleeping. Well, it's early for Ankh, but I guess he got to do some hard work tomorrow. All right, so let me get your contentions out. You said, my good brother Smash, that no one is saying that Norma's executing of the prisoners is human sacrifice. Did you say that?
What I said was there's not much scholarship, or there'd be hard to find scholarship that categorizes that motif as a sacrificial motif. It's categorized as a war relief.
Okay. Did you check?
Oh yeah, I definitely checked.
You checked. And I didn't see you pull up any sources to say that it is a war, just
Oh, I
only a
got
war.
one up on the screen right now.
Let me see it.
Oh yeah, you know how we do. We stay ready.
You got to read.
Spaghetti ready. So what does this say right here? SETI the
I
first.
don't see it yet.
Oh, it's popping up. War
Yeah.
scenes of SETI the first. Okay. So
Mhm.
the whole northern exterior wall of the Karnak Hypostyle Hall is filled with the panoramic war scenes celebrating military achievements of SETI the first. Here we go. Here in the war scene on the main Egypt foreign.
So
Say what?
no, I'm listening.
Oh look. Oh, so here the war. No, let's get just right to the smiting scene. So,
Mhm.
because they got other ones, but you see they're categorized as war scenes. So here we go. The triumphant scene, slaying of enemy prisoners. The triumphal scene of Seti the First, slaying enemy prisoners. It says nothing about sacrifice, but let's read from Memphis Education the source I was using. It says the eastern half of the North Wall is dedicated to Seti I's campaign in his first year. The rhetorical text claims that the pharaoh receives a report that the Shashu Bedouin are plotting a rebellion and their chief has gathered in the hills of Palestine. All right, it says they have fallen to chaos and are fighting. Each one is slaying each other. And it says they do not obey the laws of the palace. In response, Seti led his army to Palestine across the north. We're going to let Moses in. Across the north coast of the Sinai and to Gaza. This route was called the Way of Horus by the Egyptians, and it was a fortified military highway with a series of forts, each with a well. Recently, Egyptian archaeologists have discovered the site of the first most important fortress, where they basically detailing the story we see here. And so here again, we see the smiting scene is attributed to be a triumphal scene of just simply the slaying of enemy prisoners. But we misattribute that because, like I detailed, if church and state ain't separated, then they gonna give the power of that to the Almighty God. As we did too in America before they separated stuff. But that's just one source to pull out about a other side of Karnak. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
They got it as war scenes.
So you ready for it?
Yeah.
Who else came in? Moses Jefferson. I want to hear what he got.
What's up with Logic?
Man, you switching back. What's up, y'all? What's up, brother Reggie, man? Happy birthday again. This is definitely your go. Like I mean, on the Normus palette thing, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, so
Hey, you guys want to get me out the way real quick, Sunchild?
Yeah,
go right ahead.
Let me ask my question. I'm glad you're here too, Reggie, because this question kind of concerns you. I remember I was watching a program that you did, and you presented a case for human sacrifice with King Senusret I from an article by Kenneth Muhlstein, article entitled An Egyptian Context for the Sacrifice of Abraham.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
I have a question about that. Smash, do you mind pulling up that article?
Are you at a computer? I can. What you want me to Google? But you can share your screen. I was just gonna say that. But what to Google?
Google an Egyptian context for the sacrifice of Abraham.
I'll see if I can find it on my computer. But yeah, so what's the question?
All right, I'm gonna pull that up. Well, I would have to download it from a source that allows me to.
What's the question, by the way?
Well, my question is the context, and I'd like to read a passage, then I'd ask the question of what that means.
All right, but I'm only it's available at PDF, but I don't see it at any free place where I could just get it like that. If you got academic,
I have it in my slide.
Here it goes.
But I just have to pull it up. Yeah. Okay.
I think that's it right there.
Yeah,
you don't have.
I'm about to download it.
Okay.
All right. So what page or what we looking for?
At the very beginning of the article.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, if you could scroll down a little bit. Let's start right here where it says, right there in the second, where it says, while there is not a universally accepted definition of human sacrifice.
While there's not a universally accepted definition of human sacrifice for the purpose of this paper, we would define human sacrifice as the slaying of a person in ritual context. Understanding this definition is somewhat hampered by the modern tendency to compartmentalize that which ancient societies were not prone to view separatively for all practical purposes, religion and civil government in the ancient Egypt. This is exactly what I was saying. For all practical purposes, religion and civil government in ancient Egypt were one and the same, whereas we make the distinction between executions and human sacrifices. This point of view was not necessarily the case with ancient Egyptians, that at least part because what we call religious aspects of culture, they saw just as parts of life. Any person deemed worthy of death would have been viewed as someone affecting both social and religious spheres, and hence his or her death would have both social and religious ramifications. All known cases of execution in ancient Egypt carry with them the trappings, most of the evidence. Trappings of ritual or religious actions. Golly, can they say it better than I was saying? But consequently, they don't say but. They say, consequently, our definition of human sacrifice account for this by recognition of ritual context of slaying, regardless of whether modern society would think or given the act of this execution rather than human. Think of this as a given act. Think of a given act as execution rather than human sacrifice. It says, if ritual and religious aspects are present in the slaying of a person, then we will consider it human sacrifice. So can I stop there, or is it more that you need, Red?
Yeah. No, that's what I wanted to ask about. Right there where it says consequently.
Yeah, it proved the point.
No, but they proved my point ultimately.
No, they didn't prove
right point. There where it says
I can illustrate how.
Yeah, let me consequently, let me read it again. Consequently, our definition of human sacrifice accounts for this by recognizing the ritual context of slaying. Regardless
let's go slow, because people might not even understand that. Consequently, their definition. No, we're going to read it for understanding. Consequently, their definition of human sacrifice accounts for what? It says accounts for this. It accounts for all of the things that he was saying that it ain't real. We can't really say this is human sacrifice because church and state was one thing. And then furthermore, when we started this reading, we did not start at the beginning sentence, which discredited everything we're trying to misuse this quote for. If we go to the beginning sentence, the very beginning sentence, it starts by saying the existence of human sacrifice in ancient Egypt has been variously debated and denied. The existence of human sacrifice in ancient Egypt has been variously debated and denied. While Egyptologists generally admit that the practice exists in the formative periods of, just like we said, when it was forming of Egyptian society, opinions among Egyptologists for later time periods range from claiming that there is no certain evidence for the practice of human sacrifice from the Old Kingdom. So when we want to start over here, see, shout out to my partners who taught me how to speed read.
You didn't read that right, Smash.
All right, read it then. Read it.
Okay.
I'm about to put it big on the screen for everybody. Tell me I read this wrong.
Make it smaller. Make it smaller.
No, so that it fits on the screen so that people can read it at the house too.
He's basically starting.
So you're not reading it. You're explaining it. Read it.
It says the existence of human sacrifice in ancient Egypt has been variously debated and denied.
Thank you.
Right. What does that mean?
They're saying people debated it and it got denied.
And no, he's trying to say that people have denied it.
Yes. Let's keep going.
Right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's been debated and denied. While Egyptologists generally admit that the practice exists in the formative periods of Egyptian society, opinions among Egyptologists for later time periods range from claiming that there is no certain evidence for the practice of human sacrifice from the Old Kingdom onwards Two assertions that there is indisputable evidence for the practice of human sacrifice in the classic ancient Egypt. However difficult. Now, what did I mess up?
Okay, okay, I'm gonna tell you what you're missing, right? He is starting his discussion on what the belief is. And then when he ends his paper, he's going to talk about Abraham, and he's going to say that the ancient Egyptians, their point of view is that the ancient Egyptians were going to sacrifice Abraham. So he's telling you what the consensus and the thinking is, and these two authors are going to examine it, right? And then they're going to go, and you can just go to the last 2 pages.
No, that's fine. But see, the reason why we went back and read the first 2 sentences was to get the context of the excerpt that my brother asked us to read, which didn't go into what you're talking about.
I brought it up.
Oh, that's fine, but I'm just saying we're trying to understand it now, and we're even showing that now that we go back and read this, when we read the excerpt that our brother wanted us to read, it brings more clarity to what they're saying. He's saying even though this has been debated and denied, and there's been opinions saying that it didn't happen and it did happen, we're going to include some things that don't. He even said it. Let's find it. He starts saying we're going to include some practices.
Make it smaller. You got it too big.
Okay. I didn't know how much y'all could see. So he starts saying he's going to include some certain practices that, just for the sake of the research, look.
Okay. So he says, while there's no universal accepted definition of human sacrifice, for the purpose of this paper, we will define human sacrifice as the slaying of a person in a ritual context. So he did that to give you their definition of how they will define human sacrifice. And it says the slaying of a person in a ritual context. That's what they mean by human sacrifice. Now
we all clear on that. Now let's go back to the attestation our brother wanted us to read it again. Now that we are under that understanding.
I think we're moving too fast right there, because I think it's about to get to where it starts to prove what Reggie's talking about. Reggie's talking about.
Robert, go ahead.
Yeah. So I brought up the article because I read the article, right? So what we can do is we can just start scrolling just for the people, give them the link, put the link in the chat, so people can read it on their own. So, we don't do any magic, right? So why don't we scroll down to the next, to the next pages, right?
Well, let me, before
let's
you move,
finish on Sunchild's point.
Yeah, my point is, if you go back to where you were, along the lines of where it says how it defines human sacrifice in this paper as a slaying of a person in a ritual context. So it's telling you that that's how they're going to define human sacrifice. And it explains it a little bit further. If you go down a little bit more, please, back to where we were, Brother Smash. It explains that, down there, right there, it says separately, for all practical purposes, religion and civil government in ancient Egypt were one and the same.
Let's just stop there. Just because that's been my point.
Right there.
But that's been my point. And earlier in the first hour of this video, I that was the detail I said we had to pay. Remember, I went into this part of my discussion and I described how if we did an execution now, there's still going to be a priest standing there. But I said, but since we separated church and state, we're not saying that murder was happening for the great God. But before they separated church and state, even in America, as you see, we're one nation under God. If you were being punished with capital punishment, it was a connection to deity the same way there was in ancient Egypt. So he says separately, for all practices and purposes, religious and civil government in ancient Egypt were one. So that means if you're going to execute somebody, the priest and the deity is going to be a part of it. But he says, whereas we make a distinction between execution and human sacrifice, this point of view was not necessarily the case with ancient Egyptians, at least partially because what we call religious aspects of culture they saw as a part of life. So that deity was going to be there when you was executing somebody, because it was never separated. It was us who said we gotta stop that because we're gonna be killing people because of our religious views.
Well, he actually didn't really
What?
say that.
Who
He didn't say that.
What? Who screamed what though?
That was me.
I don't get it. What did I say that was
You read that
outrageous?
wrong.
Let me ask a question. If
You
you
read that wrong.
why you
What
keep
is it
saying
about?
that? But then every time we reiterate and read over, well, hold on one second. Every time we read back over, you can't illustrate how I read it wrong. So illustrate how I read
yes,
this
I
wrong.
can, because it's really simple. What they're doing is discrediting how we think about it and looking at how the ancient Egyptians looked at it, and they see it as religious, right? And a part of their culture. And then you go back to his other point about how he defined human sacrifice.
No, you're not comprehending exactly what the words are saying.
Bro, I got college.
That don't matter. That don't mean you got comprehension. It says, for all practical purposes, religion and civil government in ancient Egypt were one and the same. Let's just stop there.
So it was ritualistic.
But I explained the phenomenon of how that occurs. How does that phenomenon play out in real life, Reggie?
Okay, because you know why? You know why? Because you didn't read this article.
I'm reading it now. I don't understand. See, this is what yeah, we can hear you, but I'm looking at the nature of the discourse. And if it's anything you read in the article, you would just explain that. You'd explain my misunderstanding.
Give me a chance.
You've been having a chance every time you got the chance right now.
Okay, that's fine, but I want to hear the brother such.
See?
What you say?
Yeah.
So every time you get the chance to illustrate my error, you can't do it. So reading the article,
I can.
All right, go right ahead.
I've been listening.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
So
hang on just a second, please, Mr. Moses. This is my point is that the gentleman is saying in the article that what he is describing as human sacrifice, we would not describe it as human sacrifice today. It would be seen as just an execution.
But isn't that my whole exact argument?
But it is.
Yes or no?
Sacrifice.
See, but hold on, Reggie, because he got you. He got you, Reggie.
He don't have me.
He got you, because now you got to come back and say, but it is. But he just said the article agrees with me.
The next line.
Why are y'all passing up what he just said, though?
Okay, so you know what you're doing? You holding a gun.
You're
holding a gun. You're holding a gun, and you know what? And you're holding everybody else a prisoner. So I'm just want to, because the brother brought it up, and now I'm gonna finish it. So go ahead.
So let me finish before you begin. Brother Smash, can you scroll back down a little bit more, please?
Mm-hmm. How much more?
Right there is fine. No, go back up a little bit. You moved down too far. Right there, up, right there. Starting at consequently. It says, consequently, our definition of human sacrifice accounts for this by recognizing the ritual context of slaying, regardless of whether modern society would think of a given act as execution rather than human sacrifice.
Thank you. Why do you guys keep pulling out the parts that do y'all not know that this is what I'm saying?
No.
Yes or no?
First of all,
listen to the next line.
Clear, and then they
hold on. Let's stop going so fast. Because everything y'all reading is this is my argument, not yours. You guys are saying what we seen back then was human sacrifice. And he's saying he gonna consider it as such, whether or not, regardless of modern society, would think of the act of execution rather than a sacrifice. So if modern society would think of it as an execution, why y'all doing what he doing and looking at it as a sacrifice?
No.
And read the next line. If ritual and religious aspects are present in the slaying of a person, then we will consider it human sacrifice.
Thank you. You keep on saying everything I'm saying.
So it is human sacrifice.
Yes.
But
Now,
Reggie,
listen,
I don't
with that
understand your
definition-
contributions to the discourse. Like you just giving little
that
blurps and
definition-
excerpts. We analyzing
No,
this.
it's saying if ritual and religious aspects are present in the slaying of a person.
They
if
said
those
they.
two
He's
things-
talking about what he's going to consider for his analysis. Then
Yes.
we
Right, listen,
will
let me-
consider it human sacrifice. But he already explained how it's different than what we see.
Okay.
And even in the sentence before. Can we please read this sentence again? Consequently, our definition, okay? Our definition of human sacrifice accounts for this by recognizing the ritual context of slaying, regardless of whether modern society would think of a given act as execution rather than human sacrifice. So the modern society, which is us, would think of the given act as just an execution, but he gonna look at it as a sacrifice.
That's correct, and that's our point. And that's why
Well, that's
you
not
lose.
what I mean. Y'all pseudo, because y'all
No.
gonna look at it how he look at it. The modern society would look at it as an execution.
Okay, so Smash, I don't. The brother brought it up, and I think the brother knows what he's talking about.
I don't.
I think that
I don't.
think that you're just being disagreeable.
No, I'm a man. Am I being disagreeable or am I fortifying my thought? I'm just saying.
Can I attempt
Well,
to
yeah,
explain
just for the
this?
record-
Look
just for
at the
record-
chat. Do the chat. See why my chat don't be on my head.
I feel like he
My
just
chat
got
would
a
be
little-
saying,
he
"Smash,
just
you
got-
wrong."
He just got a little fire behind his explanation, but
It's the
look,
truth.
Let me attempt to explain this, right? So what they're saying is that in our modern explanation, if the Pope were to get off an airplane and go kill somebody, right, we would just consider the Pope a murderer, right? But they're saying that in their perception of society, if the Pope were to get off an airplane and go kill somebody, it's a sacrifice. That is what they're saying. That's what they're saying. I'm
But
not sure how
you
get
did a
into
very
that.
good analysis, but you got to keep. That's very good,
Let
but
me-
just keep what he said in the line of what he's saying. He's saying he will consider it that for this analysis that he's bringing forth about Abraham. He's not saying the modern society would consider it that. He's made a distinction between what we think today and what he's going to do in his documentation.
So really, that's saying that he believes that their intentions were to sacrifice.
No,
And
he
we
said,
just
but
would-
basically,
we would just describe this as an execution.
so it goes
But
back
their
to what I was
intentions
trying to go ahead.
Were to sacrifice. That's
But
all.
no. It goes back to what we said. He even explained it earlier in the document. It goes back to what I was saying. The way we can understand it is by the separation of church and state. That's what stopped us. Imagine if that never happened, where they could still spank you for God in the classroom, and and then when you get sacrificed, it'd be for the holy God of the nation. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, but
Okay.
we said
Now-
that ain't cool no more.
So now,
Hey, can I say one last thing and get off? Can I say one last thing and get off, y'all?
Sure.
Based on that last line again, if I could read that last sentence. If ritual and religious aspects are present in the slaying of a person, then we will consider it human sacrifice. Consider this, that in an execution today, like if someone gets executed on death row, there is both ritual and religious aspects present in that execution, and that there's a ritual, meaning there's a process that is followed, and there's a religious aspect, meaning that person sees a clergy. So even from that definition, what we consider death row executions today, by this definition that this guy is given, would be considered human
Well, why are
sacrifice.
you
I
tripping off
believe
the
that's what he's
definition
saying.
this guy's giving? He's only doing that to analyze something that's fake, the sacrifice of Abraham. So y'all really hella bossy. Like y'all really off point. Because listen what I'm saying. If you want us to look at the definition of this dude, he came to this conclusion to say that Abraham was sacrificed. So how could y'all even be having us look at this?
I'm totally agreeing with you, Smash, that what he is defining as human sacrifice, we would not define it as human sacrifice today. With this definition, we would even define death row executions as human sacrifice.
Exactly.
Or he would.
That's my point. So I also made another point where my man Logic said, what? And I remembered it so we could come back to it. Because I was talking about how we don't sacrifice to deity and the nation because they separated. But let's go to Islam, or let's go to, the Islamic tradition.
Right, no, so here's the thing. So I want to move off of this. I really want to move off of this.
Well, we're just real quick, because I can make this point and we're going to move off of it. If you go say I took some weed to Mecca, right? They're going to do me, they're going to beat me, but they're going to do it all on a religious principle that governs their law, because they have never separated church and state. So if I do something so egregious to where they need to kill me, it's because of what they believe about Allah. So it's still the same thing, because they never separated church and state. I would be a sacrifice, or is it different?
Can I make a point?
Whoever wants to flow. What's up, Mr. Rich?
A piece of the panel, Smash. On the top it says consequently, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about just recognizing the ritual context of slaying, just the ritual part. But then it says if ritual and religious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we got two of them. Aspects are present in the slaying of a person, then we will consider it human sacrifice. But both of those in there together, like you said, the church and state, right?
That's my only example I could give an analogy of the separation of the ritual. Well, but what's his name made a good point that ritual and religious aspects are still in the execution today, but we took out the ultimate religious aspect of it to where that's going to make us a better nation under God by killing that person who did a crime against the Lord, so have you.
Okay. Okay. Just let me know when you're finished this so I can finish it.
Go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
Okay. So do you want me to finish this?
I don't think you'll be able to with a document talking about the sacrifice of a fictional character.
First of all, go to page 74.
So they talking about Abraham on page 74?
Just go to 74. Just go to 74 the page, right? Don't do this. Just go to page 74. Why not?
You ain't having fun? You must be feeling like you.
Oh,
where we at?
I'm having fun. Go up. So he summarizes it. No, just go to the part where he summarizes it. No. So let me ask you a question.
Is he summarizing the sacrifice of Abraham?
No.
What is he summarizing? If you don't mind.
I didn't read the article. So
I know, that's why I'm asking you, good brother, because y'all just brought it up. So how could you bring up an article I never read and then use the fact that I never read it already? But we're reading it right now.
Okay, and I read it before.
But you want to know what? It's only 8 pages. So I could read it from top to bottom before you finish figuring out your stance.
No, I want you to go to, I want you to start, I just want you to go up a little further. Meaning go down a little further so we can get the whole, go the other way, right? Okay, right there.
The first, do you want me to read where it says the first chapter of the book of Abraham describes the near sacrifice by a priest of Egypt?
No. I want you to go in summary. Go to the other
So this is summarizing the sacrifice of Abraham.
No. You okay, so you hold it, you got the gun out.
Where to go? Show me where to go.
The next column.
This one?
No, the other column. That's a paragraph. The next
over
right
here.
There. No, go down. Go.
Oh, right, next page.
Right. Sorry. No, right there. No, right there.
A is it A? Their letter. A, D, B. Which
You're
one?
playing me.
No, okay. I'm really trying to do it for you.
No, you ain't got to do it for me.
Yeah.
Let me share the screen because you got the gun, bro. You
ain't doing good, man. Magi arches arrows up.
The host disabled participant screen
Oh, no,
sharing.
no, you see, that's how I do it. Hold on. There you go. You can do it.
Okay, so great. Thank you for giving me the, and this is not really what I want to talk about, but I raised it so that the people can see. All right.
To make
so
Egypt look bad.
No, Smash, to get in all of the facts, right? So then it says over here, let's go on this page right here. In my screen, do you see my screen?
Yeah, we see.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see my screen. I still see your screen.
See, that's Reggie playing the games. Everybody see your screen.
No. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. I'm sorry. I'm a share
I
screen.
seen it. I don't know what they seen.
Okay, but that's I see, I'm looking on the screen and I don't see okay, where I want to read in fact, do y'all see that? In fact, throughout time, we find that ritual violence was often aimed at foreign places and people. Do y'all see that?
Yeah. No. You about to mess this up? Ritual violence?
No, it says, in fact, throughout time, we find that, ritual violence. Can everybody see that?
So that's like gang banging, like ritual violence is like busting a U-turn and spinning the block on your homie.
Okay, in fact, throughout time, we find that ritual violence was often aimed at foreign places and people. Their very foreignness was seen as a threat to Egypt's political and social order. Hence, many of the known examples of ritual slaying are aimed at foreigners, such as those at Margisas or Tod. All three examples we have shared involve protecting sacred places and things as boundary of a necropolis, a temple, or even Egypt itself. In summary, certain traits demonstrated by the three individual cases of human sacrifice from the Middle Kingdom deserve notice. A, the ritual nature of the sacrifice is clear in both the Sesostris 1 and Margisa cases and is implied in the UGAF cases. B, in two of the cases, the sacrifice is for cultic offenses. Lack of clear inscriptional evidence prevents a determination in the Margisa case. C, in the two cases with inscriptions, the pharaoh is involved and the sacrifice is under his orders. The specific ritual context of the third case also argues for a sacrifice for rebellion against the pharaoh. The sacrifice could take place both in Egypt proper and outside the boundaries in areas under Egyptians' influence as discussed above. So now he goes into the Abraham to say that the Abraham in the Bible could have been, right, a description of a sacrifice, but we don't need that. All we needed was the cases that he already provided that are ritual sacrifices.
So you trying to tell me good brother Reggie ain't got no evidence in this presentation that he actually looked at those cases? Show me the case of Simroset the First and Margisha right now. In your presentation, I know you analyzed it, so I know you got.
Yeah.
Where is it at?
Well, what I was doing in this.
So you took their word for it. You took his word for it.
No, I didn't, because what I did was in this particular paper, right? What I did for the audience is talk about the different sacrifices, right? So I talked about the retainer sacrifice, right? Using his methodology.
I'm not mad at you, Reggie. This is good, and that is a good one. If you bring them primaries, then you could get that do.
Here it goes.
Actually, the article actually says that there is no evidence that Senusret actually went ahead and actually did these they did these punishments, that even though it's written that he said he did, there's no evidence that he actually did this. And there's
okay, so let's read what it says, because this is part of my presentation. You can go back. That the penalty of human sacrifice included burning, right, including burning, was carried out in some circumstances, can be shown from a historical account left by Sesostris I. Sesostris or Senwosret I recounts finding that the temple of Todd in a state of both disrepair and intentional desecration, something he attributed to the Asiatic Semitic interlopers. He's thus deemed as his enemies. In response, he submits the purported perpetrators to varying punishments, flaying, impalement, beheading, and burning. He informs us that the knife was applied to the children of the enemy, right? Meswa Kari, sacrifices among the Asiatics.
Now let's stop.
So no, I'm not stopping.
Why not? Because you know that meta word don't mean shit about no sacrifices or nothing. Like, what's going on?
Children of the enemy.
Okay, so what? They killing the children. They killing the enemy.
No. You know, Sesostris.
They killing the enemy. Where's the sacrifice part?
Right. Okay. So the penalty of human sacrifice.
So they got impaled, beheaded, and burned, right? But
the
what?
Penalty of the penalty of human sacrifice is what he described in number 2, right here. So he is saying that this is a sacrifice. So then he's informing us that the knife
you using the bad scholarship, especially someone who's trying to use Kemet to prove Abraham. I wouldn't even think you would bring that before us.
Okay, then that's fine. Then you, first of all, you're saying that this is bad scholarship.
No, I said you're using, not you doing. I said you're using. I said the scholar you're using is trying to prove Abraham could have been used for sacrifice, and you're using his work to. That's what I'm saying. You're using some dude who tripping.
Okay, so now are you finished? Because I'm gonna finish it. Are you ready?
You got the flow.
Oh, thank you so much. So I'm gonna stop sharing. Right. So your point was, Brother Reggie was using bad scholarship.
Yeah, bro, you would never put that in front of your master teachers. Look at what this Buddha who trying to prove Abraham said.
Okay, so let's start here. This is human sacrifice. So let's just start here, share screen. So, you ready?
I know you got some better work. Oh, you went to Ellen. Okay, come on.
So, question 1. So, in Human Sacrifice Highlight by Morris in 2013, Undying Loyalty Meditations, right? They ask a question. Retaining sacrifice is often viewed as essentially different from the ritual killing of prisoners of war by trigger. Yet history and archaeology complicate this picture and ask us the question, are the two practices indeed so different? Morris argues, I would argue that they are not necessarily so. Child's generalization that retaining sacrifice is a practice that peaks in a period of instability initiated by a quantum leap in the power of the polity holds true for Egypt, as it does in so many cases. After the birth of a new order, of course, it's also a period often typified by state violence. So new lands are forcibly conquered, internal rivals joust for power, and incipient rebellions must be constantly quelled. Prisoners of war, pictured both before and after their execution, certainly figure prominently in late proto-dynastic iconography. To take only the most famous example, the Nurma palette appears to commemorate the aftermath of a particularly important battle, and it showcases a death blow on the verge of being dealt.
They want you to make it bigger, Reggie, so they can see it.
Okay.
So everything keeps saying what I'm saying. They keep saying execution.
Nothing is saying.
They keep saying execution and prisoner
Wait, we gonna no, nothing is saying. So this person, Morris, is asking the question: is retainer sacrifice and ritual killings of prisoners of war any different? And so she says, I would argue that they are not necessarily so, right? And she goes in a description about what's happening, and I read that. To take only the most famous example, the Nurma palette appears to commemorate the aftermath of a particularly important battle, and it showcases a death blow on the verge of being dealt. While Nurma is not while Nomus is not the first smiting scene, this occurred in the royal painted tomb of Hierakonpolis, some generations earlier. His hieratic pose was to become emblematic of pharaonic power for over 3,000 years. Okay.
Yeah. So the pose, the smiting scene, the pose was emblematic of pharaonic power, correct? It's emblematic of pharaonic power. It's not emblematic of a sacrifice, right?
Smash, there's no saving you right now.
Bro, you lost. Go ahead.
So Nurma's palette informs us, as do later temple reliefs and battle narratives, that after the frenzied killing of war came a ritualized and highly public execution of captives. Nurma is depicted inflicting the punishment personally on the most obviously important enemy of his palette, while the execution of a great mass of other prisoners was apparently left to his agents.
Hey, Reggie, let me ask you something. Are you mad she didn't use the word sacrifice in this whole yellow stuff? She keep talking about execution, so you reading what I said.
No. Wait
execution prisoners.
Wait for it.
Go ahead.
Wait for it. Nurma and his officials are depicted inspecting the aftermath of this work as evident in the field of bound and decapitated corpses. The fact that each severed head is tucked neatly between the feet of the body, it belonged to demonstrate that the meticulously orchestrated spectacle of the event. The bodies are arranged in such precise and disturbing fashion because the dehumanizing fate of Nurma's enemy was meant to be witnessed, to be internalized.
Oh, that's nonsense.
Quietly. Although the meaning of the falcon and the boat carved above the corpse is unclear, the niche facade surmounted by a Horus falcon that seemingly provides interest to this grisly scene suggests that the captives have been brought back to the royal capital and that the ceremonial execution.
The royal capital before they unified Egypt. She got some weird theories. Keep going.
Right. Been brought back to the royal capital and that the ceremonial execution was thus ceremonial execution.
So let me ask you a question, Reg.
Right, wait, let me finish.
You smart
situated, though. No, don't stop me. You ain't got the gun. Situated at the very center of Egyptian kingship, such scenes of bound captives and ritual execution are staples of Nurma.
She will never say nothing but execution because she's a scholar. She's not going to say sacrifice. You're trying to prove it's a sacrifice. I'm trying to prove it's an execution.
Right. Okay. So now we're
read the top because it's gonna help me. So as it is possible to tell, retainer sacrifice did not begin earliest in the reign of Nurma's succession.
Yeah.
Ernest.
So wait, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's retainer sacrifice, but we're talking the fact that we're talking about human sacrifice. So retainer sacrifice is a human sacrifice.
But everything you just read, we was talking about executions, correct? So we had to go to another chapter where she's talking about something else. But
she's talking about what she's doing is so all of this stuff about what you said earlier about the label, receiving from the label where the executioner plunges a dagger in the chest of the victim and catches the blood. You said that they was collecting some urine.
No, she made that up.
Okay, so fine.
Because you know how I know she made it up? Because we got all the materials and we could see for ourselves.
Okay, but my
Go back to what she said and show the people what she drew that from.
Oh, she drew this from.
Yeah, show them where she got that from.
Yeah, I am.
It ain't no blood, no place in the thing to even say something came out. It's, all of that is made up. Show them what. So read her sentence
right here.
Yeah, yes. You can make it bigger because people can't even see.
Right. So Smash's point is that this person right here, right, is not stabbing the person.
Of course not.
Collecting urine, because Smash sees this as his leg.
Yeah, that's his other leg. Why would you see that as a knife?
But they say that it's a dagger in his heart and he's falling back.
Come on, man, that's craziness. And so
now, wait, hold up. But you know what the problem is, Smash? You know what the problem is, right? So then it says labels showing human sacrifice, but we all know that they believe that that's human sacrifice, right? They believe that it's a ritual human sacrifice. But I am just giving you the evidence of what other scholars say, and I'm waiting for your evidence, right? Oh, but I'm not finished with this.
I showed plenty.
Wait. I mean, I have a choice. I can actually do this on my show, right? So on 68 says, okay, so they compare this scholar compares this to other things that's happening in Africa, but it says the third label discovered in the most massive mastaba at the time at Saqqara shows the same Sim U Mehe ceremony of sacrifice.
Man.
This time it occurs. It occurs in conjunction with what looks like the Meset. Remember the Meset? We talked about that creation of funerary images. Perhaps corpses wrapped in linen at the time of the humans bearing the images possesses toward the King Jezer. While it's not certain that these scenes of sacrifice take place in conjunction with a royal funeral.
Man, you skipped to another part in the book, bro. She's not talking about Norman Pallet no more.
No, she's not, but she's continuously talking about sacrifice, and she's talking about this image right here, showing, because we talked about when we read it and we saw the Meset right here. So she's describing this as a human sacrifice. And this follows Norma. So what she's saying that we're getting more information, right, on it. But she does use the word, if the evidence for the co-occurrence of retainer sacrifice and the sacrifice of prisoners of war in conjunction with royal funerals in Egypt is admittedly tenuous. Okay, this practice is well attested in archaeological and ethnohistorical records of other societies. So she brings in other societies. So other societies ain't got nothing to do with
Egypt. So she ain't got it in Egypt,
yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But this is how she's making her point. She's making her point. So
make it bigger though, if you can, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that's cool.
Now, she goes back to Egypt. To supplement the picture gained from archaeology, the practice of slaying both retainers and prisoners of war together at royal funerals is attested in reports. Okay, she's talking about the Homi and Asante in other African cultures. Okay.
Yeah, she can't mess with Kemet. That's what I be saying. That's all the Homi. Yeah, we know about that.
Okay, but however,
it's like they got a force field around Kemet.
No, they don't have a force because I have another. Because I actually have another source, and you know what I'll do.
Okay, that was a brick right there. Come on, don't start bricking, bro.
Yeah. So Orlando Patterson, 1982, argues that in many societies, prisoners of war turned slaves were viewed as socially dead, giving them an idea of how they're thinking. For they had been spared death only in order to completely devote themselves to the service of another. Although undoubtedly violent, the large-scale killing of prisoners of war at a king's funeral or in the type of public ceremony depicted in the aftermath of wars on the Norman Palette and on Egyptian palettes may not have been viewed as untoward by onlookers. The battlefield execution of such prisoners have had essentially been deferred until the desired audience could be mustered to witness it. Indeed, Richard Burton observed in his 1860s, okay, it goes back to Dahomey. So he's talking about to create their point, other groups. But I have so I have so what they're doing is they're doing comparative, but I do think I made my point with this source that it is in fact human sacrifice in Egypt. I do think so. Now you may now then she has another question. Let's look at the other question. If retainers symbolize a ruler's relationship with his or her subjects, the inhabitants of the kingdom's core, what is the nature of that relationship? Is it akin to the love and devotion offered by a wife or a child, or to the head of the family, or the ruler's subjects literally or figurative slaves, property that can be posed and taken to the grave? So she asks some questions and she gives some further example. My point to you, Smash, is that they have, in the other article that we read by the other two scholars and this article, they deem it as sacrifice, human sacrifice, right? And then they go on. So the reason why I came on is to give not what Brother Reggie believes, but the sources that make up Brother Reggie's points. It says over here, so here in Egypt, as well, rulers were buried with categories of individuals who could perform specific services for them in the afterlife.
They made that up.
Slain hunting dogs might accompany them on future hunts. And
Reggie, you know they made all of that
outside
up.
select funerary enclosures.
Why is you reading that?
Aid in transporting them by water and land. If the differing observed instances of parodic hyperostosis in the burial surrounding the king's tombs and the funeral conclusions are meaningful, this too may suggest that the intimate interment of sacrifice retainers pattern according to the nature of their backgrounds and duties.
You took us to step one.
Wait, you know who's saying this?
But
I think it's Soikita.
No, she cited Soikita for a particular source.
And boys, certainly the fact, right. So certainly the fact that the walls of many subsidiary graves bore the names of their intended occupants, indicating a significant forethought went into which individuals or categories of individuals would accompany, and where such people would be most appropriately placed.
Why would you read the part that they were buried to perform specific services for them in the afterlife, and you know that we've been analyzing that for weeks to find that there ain't no claims, no true attestations to let us know why they were buried? Huh?
Because I'm reading what the experts say. So I have another source. So you know what? I think what
are these sources doing? They're not doing nothing.
Well, you know, first of all, you said, my good brother, that I couldn't find any instances.
You didn't.
And I did.
When we talked about Norma Pallet, remember? No, I said what you won't find. See, this is about the smiting scene, but you're able to hop all around to any type of work that mentions the word sacrifice.
I did something.
You never ever showed no scholar that said the smiting scheme was sacrifice. They all said execution, and every time you showed it, I smiled.
Want me to show you one?
I've been wanting you to show me one.
Check this out. Because you know what? You know what happens, Smash? You know what happens? I'm going to stop sharing my screen. You're discounting all my sources with no source.
I'm telling you the facts of the situation. Remember, we was looking for the smiting scene. Since you couldn't find that, you went all over the place just to try to make points about sacrifice. But we just simply talking about the motif of the smiting scene.
Because you know what? Because I have another source. And
what's it gonna talk about? Something different? It's gonna Is it gonna talk about the smiting scene that you said was sacrifice?
Of course it's gonna talk about the smiting scene. But the difference is I did a literature review, right? And you said that it did not exist.
No, so I didn't. Remember, all I said was you're not going to find a scholar that says the smiting scene is a sacrifice, and you haven't shown that yet.
Oh, I'm getting ready to do it.
Oh, what?
So
Okay.
you can delete the so you can
Logic.
delete so
What's
you
up
can
with your
delete the
man's Logic?
I think honestly, he's about 60% there.
Nah, he
Oh,
get 60% is cool because that's a
I'm gonna
D.
give. I'm gonna
That's a
give. I'm gonna
D.
give.
You get a D. He gave you a
Hey,
D,
he's
Reggie.
spinning that. So let me clear
No,
that up.
that's
So
what
this is
60%
no, but
is.
so
see,
this what
but
this what I mean
logic,
by that.
wait 1 second. The difference is I am showing you sources,
True that.
right?
That's very true.
What Smash said that there are no discussions claiming it, then he has to.
I can't show sources on there are no, bro. There's no way you could do that. What I'm gonna show
Now
empty books.
I feel like in my heart of hearts, at the end of the day, I feel like this is a ritualistic killing and not
Right, which is
What you
necessarily.
mean this live stream?
yeah,
You
a
know what? That was
ritualistically.
too easy. That was too easy.
Oh, we
But
cooking
but
tonight, Reggie.
but
We cooking. It's
that
Friday. It's Friday.
was a good shot right there. I gotta give it to him when it's good. That was a good one right there, man. But no, actually, so far I think the best source was the other guy's source. I think it was Sunchild when it's really
That
putting
was
you
my
into.
source. He
Oh,
just
that was.
asked me to pull it back up. It was
That
my
wasn't a good
source.
source.
That was the best source right there. When it put you into how they would have defined a sacrifice, because for me, the biggest linchpin on it being a sacrifice is their intentions, right? So like, like our definition is almost irrelevant compared to what they had in mind. To me, that's the
Huh?
most
No,
important
no,
thing.
no, 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 no. That I feel what you're saying. We have to think of what they had in mind, but still, our definition is relevant because we have to define things to understand the past. But so we know sacrifice may be
So
different
with
than
that,
them.
so with that being said, since all the sources are going to say execution, and
Okay.
we just using
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
our modern context of execution and not their.
All right. So can I show my source?
Nah, execution context is still the same. Just like
Can
kilt,
I show my source?
kilt for the state. Yeah, yeah. You always can show your source. You're more than
Okay.
welcome.
All right. So good. Great. Okay. So I'm just gonna everybody get your popcorn.
Here
Get
we
your
go.
popcorn,
Here we go.
right? Because
Another.
I was just lining stuff up. Get your popcorn.
Smash, you good, bro. You are really good at this, dog.
Come on, Reg, get the
No.
popcorn. Cause he keep fizzing. He got duds. You know you used to light them firecrackers and they didn't pop.
Okay.
Y'all
So
all
this
ran down the street but it never heard a noise. You be like, it was a dud. Go ahead.
okay. So the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago in I will show the title for the audience because I like what my brother did. He actually
All right,
followed
let
my
me make it
work,
bigger.
right? He actually followed my work, right? And he brought it up for us to begin this process of looking at how people define things. So studies in ancient Oriental civilization, number 54, the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. Thomas Holland, editor, Richard M. Schoen, assistant editor. They are going to deal with, let's just see, the mechanics of ancient Egyptian magical practice. So we're talking whether or not, I know you don't like this, but in their lore, you see the donkey, which is a set figure. He is being sacrificed with knives. Now I have a bigger presentation, but I just want to get this out of the way. So now we're going to go to page 115 as they examine Nermer. So get your popcorn. So they talk about the vocabulary of so the difference is what I did was when I prepared my presentation, knowing that there was going to be pushbacks, I left some things out for the conversation. And Smash, he did what I thought he was going to do, right? He was going to say 9, all right? So now we're going to get to the Oriental Institute of Chicago, which he can throw out, but Smash has to go back now. Smash has to go back now, and he has to find sources that refute these sources, particularly. right? That's how the game is played. Okay, so y'all ready? Okay, so he's going to go and they're going to examine Nurmer. So let's get to the point. Okay, so, all right, the bound prisoner motif, right? Emperor dynastic royal tomb of Gerzian date 34 to 3200 at Hierakonpolis, modern Qom el Amor was discovered a wall painting whose wide-ranging suspect matter provides the first examples of numerous artistic themes which to become canonical through the remainder of Egyptian history. Those were, and among those images are to be standardized in this representation of a victorious ruler in the act of striking a series of, there's the images. So these are the images of bound prisoners, right? Kneeling bounded captives with their hands secured behind their back and necks, linked by rope. These captives are paralleled by similar representations on roughly contemporary votive cosmetic plates, ivory cylinders, and mace heads. It is highly significant all these images were found within the religious context of temple and tomb and appear on every genre of a luxury item donated to the gods in pre-dynastic Egypt. The reason for their appearance is not difficult to discover and is explicitly presented on the famous Narmer palette of Dynasty Zero. From the temple precinct of Hierakonpolis, on the recto of this palette, as the standing king grasps his kneeling enemy by the hair and raises his mace to strike, he faces the falcon god Horus, who stands atop an anthropomorphic symbol of the defeated territory with his head tethered by a rope, right, held in the god's claw. In both posture and meaning, the acts of king and god are identical. The victory of the king as the god represents on earth is ipso facto the victory of the god. Conversely, the political opponents of the kings or transgressors against the god, demonic agents of chaos and death in an unending holy war. The king's sacrifice of the kneeling captive, that's Nurmer, like the palette which it records it, is offered to the god not to commemorate the conquest, but to perpetuate it. Rendered tangible.
Oh my God, cut it out.
The image was designed not simply to reflect, but to create reality, guaranteeing by sympathetic magic the victory of the state of the gods. So pervasive was the image to become that the exterior walls of virtually every Egyptian temple were provided with a rendition of the scene, which rapidly acquired more of a ritual than a historical validity.
How old is this, bro?
Oh, that's not.
Did you go back to the 1800s?
No, that's not.
Early 1900s. How old is this? We do it. Is.
Let me read the chat. My point was to show that the scholars did call it a sacrifice.
Did. Did. So it's old. I could tell. I listen. I'm a rapper. So it's hella old because you said did. How old is this?
Let's see.
This hella old.
You think it's come on, Smash. I think it's just time for you to tap out.
Let's see.
Right?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this hella old, bro.
Yeah.
Number 54. Oh, they on number 2000, bro.
So I just want the audience 54. To know.
This number 54, man. This thing hella old. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go down and see. Hold on.
It's a ritual sacrifice right here. It
yeah,
didn't exist.
Of who?
But it's in their mind.
It didn't exist,
and so, okay, so where's the date?
How old they? Number 54. This gonna be hella old.
You just passed the date. It's 1987.
About 50 years old. 93.
It's 19.
Man, we got some kids who was born in 93.
Right. 1993.
All right, that's cool. I just wanted to know. I thought you went all the way back to 1923.
Okay.
93 is cool.
We can shake hands.
No, yeah, that's a good. That was cool. You found the scholar that tried to say Narmer was a sacrifice. So you gonna roll with that one?
I'm gonna roll with all of the sources that I presented tonight. Sunchild helped begin the process of the thinking. I showed my other source from Morris, and I showed my third source to say that scholars do, in fact, consider it when it's state-involved government and ritual as human sacrifice. So, listen, I'm just trying to say I'm not pseudo, right?
Oh no, you're not
I
pseudo.
just want to make sure that I prove my point. We in the dojo, so you know what? I'm gonna walk out the dojo
Cause you feel
looking
good,
at
like
you
yeah, I
smash.
can leave smiling. Huh?
No, I'm not smiling. I'm not smiling. I'm walking out looking at you, right?
Here
With
comes
my
Sadiq.
guards up
Nah,
just in
Sadiq
case.
coming. Here comes Sadiq. He ain't gonna let you get out of here with that one. Yeah, Sadiq gonna hold you up for a minute. We got Social in the building too. What's up with Social? Long time. So look, that was good what you just put forth. It wasn't good like I think the scholar's right, but I didn't even think you ever found the scholar who said that. I know you be just looking hard, had to go back to 30 years ago, before the chat was even born. People in the chat like, that's when I was born. You feel me?
Well, my three sources to your no sources.
Nah, so no sources to saying something ain't there. I showed plenty sources.
No, your sources did not discount that it was human sacrifice. My sources said it was
Every
human
source
sacrifice.
called it an execution. They didn't even consider it was sacrifice. So just because you found someone who considered it was a sacrifice, don't discredit that 99% of everything you read called it an execution.
Smash.
But that's for us to start determining now. Like, that's when we start dialoguing.
But Smash, I only came in here for Nurmer. I didn't come in here for the rest. Now, I already showed the Tekenu, right? I've already showed the Tekenu.
No, we talking about the smiting stance.
I have other sources, Smash. I have other sources. So I'm sourced up, my dude. So I did my first presentation. I did a reaction, and you did a reaction. This is our third, and then I am going to present all of it fully.
So why in your presentation have we seen no metal nature?
Oh, there was metal nature.
No, it wasn't none.
No, there actually was metal nature on, but the metal nature is more defined.
Exactly.
On the
you read
other.
books.
Watch this. Smash. Wait, I'm looking at you. I'm a step forward in the dojo. The meta nature is defined on the later. You wouldn't expect to see so much.
Nah, at the time periods that you talk about cirrhosis the first. I'll pull that up right now. The problem is you won't be able to corroborate what the Europeans is saying. I'll pull it up right now. Cirrhosis the first.
Okay, so I stopped sharing my screen. I just want to, you know what? You're just giving me a hell of a lot of content.
This is cool. Who else in the chat? We just building. What's up with Social? What's up with y'all out there?
Ain't much, man. Reggie cooking right now, so
Reggie not cooking. Yeah, he got hot at the end of the game, but he was down by 40 already. So you know when they get hot at the end, and you be like, you should have did that earlier.
He don't need no seasoning right now. He cooking. He got all the ingredients. I'm just soaking it up.
Hey, let me ask a question, Reggie. Are you still? Would you still say that the Sinosra first, even though the writers said that we wouldn't consider it human sacrifice today? Are you still considering that as human sacrifice? And with regards to
remember, Reggie's not saying anything. Reggie has another source. So
okay.
Yeah, so Reggie has another source. I'm not going to put my source up today, because I just want to deal with with Norma. I wanted to show that simply everything that Smash said in the beginning, that you can't show it. No scholars think that. Delete everything that he say.
Nah, Reggie found one friend's 1993 paper 30 years ago. Google smiting scene and look at the prevalence of information that you're going to get that don't show what his one hidden irrelevant paper. That paper's irrelevant too. No one goes to that document for nothing.
What, the Oriental Institute of Chicago?
No, that's not the paper. That's the institution. The paper that one number 54 is relevant to nothing. So you just went and did some good research to find a person saying what you was saying. You didn't find no consensus in scholarship.
Oh no, because what happens is I gotta talk Ebonics. What happened is that I have other evidence of human sacrifice in later periods of time.
Hold on. The show is about the smiting scene.
And I showed I have sources.
So 50% of your presentation wasn't really addressing that, but you did come back with a nice slam dunk at the end with a 1993 work that say exactly what you're saying. I'm not refuting that. I know you could do it. You always do it. That's why I like to bang with you. Nobody else could do it. They can't come with the source that they say they got, but you be finding one somehow because you be in museums.
And you know what?
But the source ain't accepted, bro.
I tell everybody, right? I am so proud of Smash being the only person, right, that you could go to that could actually have legitimate arguments that we have to take into account. He is my brother. I just, in the long run, when we're old and we're dealing with Egyptologists, I just want us to know what they may pull, right? Now, it is, like Smash says, our work to prove and disprove, but we have to do the work. But so my job as a researcher I'm not supported. I don't know how you are supported, Smash, but really I'm not that supported in my work. I see these other channels, they get a hell of a lot of views and a hell of a lot of donations. And some days I walk away with like $35 for a 3-hour presentation. Some days it's better. Some days, like my birthday, it was much, much better, but wow, for the things that I do. But that's just part of the game. But as long as you people are benefiting from it, I appreciate it. So, but listen, keep watching Smash Rockwell. I only walk into the dojo. We are not trying to hurt each other. I'm proud of the brother. He helped us tremendously on Kim on Trial. And I'm always indebted. So you will never hear Brother Reggie go at Smash Rockwell. But other people, that may be another story. But I'm just here to provide the research. So I provided the research. I'm just walking out the dojo, looking at Smash just in case, and everybody else to see if they, and then I'm gonna go home.
I think Sadiq had a source up for you though. He might, I don't know what that source was doing, Sadiq. Oh, you took it down though. What's up with you?
Sadiq is eating more rice.
Hold on. I'm about to bring it back up.
Can I say something while he does that? There's a mention of the inscriptions of Senusret, Reggie or Brother Smash. Have you guys ever researched the inscriptions of Senusret that come with those? Is there an equivalent word in those inscriptions for sacrifice?
Heck no. And even Reggie skimmed over some pseudo metal netter that Ellen. I know you knew I was gonna beat that up because Ellen had that transliteration next to sacrifices of ceremony of sacrifice. You know I remember, and it did not say ceremony of sacrifice in the metal netter right next to it. It said Shemes. I will tell you what it say in my memory. It says Shemes Su something Wimet, right? That don't mean nothing about no ceremony of sacrifice. So when it start going, and then this is
what does that mean? It means followers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So we getting back to some followers, and then the Wimet probably got something to do with the meat. In my brief memory, but you can help the W. It was like a WHT or a WMT. It was in the Ellen Morris attestation. But my point is, see, when we start to look at it like that, and even when we pull up Senro Set and look at it, and ask what are these words that help these scholars come to these conclusions, we'll start to see that they basing a lot of this stuff on other traditions because they don't have definitive terms. And we could talk about the terms for sacrifice that they often misrepresent. One of them is Hotep, and another one is like a W word. I don't know if you recall it offhand, but as we know Hotep to be offerings, just like Hotep, just like, yo, you came in my house, I'm about to give you something. It might be a sacrifice because I only had 4 plates that I made, but you definitely about to get a plate because you came into my house. That's the main use of the term Hotep, but if you look at it, it's defined as sacrifice. So when people see it, they take the sacrifice that we're talking about. And even Nashi Yasavel tried to do that in a debate once, but I'll rest on that.
And another thing, if I may, when the brother Logic says that even though we don't consider it human sacrifice today, that they might have the Egyptians might have in their time, is that a fair? The article doesn't seem to suggest that. Are you making that suggestion yourself? How do we know that Sinatra didn't just consider it a ritual slaying and not a human sacrifice, like it says? It says that they didn't.
That's what I'm getting out of the way it's being worded.
If it's a ritualistic slaying,
it's a sacrifice.
No. Like, think about MMA. Think about MMA.
Hold on. Let me say it, man. Let me say it.
But it's not right. Go ahead.
Ritualistic slaying of humans, right? And they're dying. It's a sacrifice.
No, it's not. Let me show you why. So just think about the ritual of. Just think about y'all misunderstand the ritual. That's why I gave the stuff about the ritual of freshening your breath. That has a ritual object. It's called a toothbrush. And then we do the same ritual. All of us men, we put this paste on. Now, I know that's a custom, but let's think about MMA. The ritual of gladiatorship has been the same for a long time. A lot of people join in some type of an arena, lock these men together. That's the ritual. The ritual don't necessarily mean, it's just like something that a traditional practice that you're going to go through in the same exact way. It don't mean just because you hear ritual, it don't mean it's spiritual, religious, or any of those things.
Yeah, but the fact that a life was sacrificed, right?
Right, but listen, if you look at
it's human sacrifice.
You can find capital punishment defined as ritualistic today as well. Like I said, there is clergy involved. But let me ask you another question to both of you gentlemen. The Narmer palette, is that symbolic?
Can I say something just real quick?
Yes, I think it is symbolic. Go ahead.
I could be real short with what I'm saying. So you got the high priest. So the article is saying that it has some social implications, right? So you have a high priest, which also gives it religious implications, right? To like that, everything is there, other than you having the actual attestation saying the word sacrifice on there.
But you got the high priest in any capital punishment in America, bro.
It's saying it's socially related though. Like he is. I mean. Like so,
we addressed that because they haven't separated church and state, though. See, that's what they were saying ultimately.
It's different if the pastor does it, but it's different if the president does it, right? Like you gotta put some more emphasis on that. Like it's not just some regular dude, and he's not just killing.
Yeah, but that's just if it's the president, it means more about the state, not more about religion. You know what I mean? Even though when it was not separated, did we? I mean, I don't know, but I just don't see how we don't see that.
So what would you really be saying, that he's doing it for fun?
No, a ritualistic killing just mean he gonna get killed the same way somebody else got killed.
It has social implications. What social implications are you getting out of it?
Yeah, but it depends on what is the ritual. What is the ritual?
Well, the ritual was smiting somebody over the head, and that even more. That's silly. That's just the normal ritual of taking a club and hitting somebody on the head. Like, really? That's a ritual? Yeah, that's the ritual of smacking somebody on the head.
But
You
if
know
the
what I'm
high
saying?
priest do it,
Smash, there's a source on the screen that calls it an execution. I hear everybody talking without a source, though.
Thank you. So it says, in contrast to the relatively non-violent processing of sacrificial victims, however violent their actual demise may have been, execution as a state-sanctioned violent practice took a very different approach. While evidence for execution is mostly limited to textual records, the nature of these records, e.g. legal documents rather than ritualistic religious texts, suggests that execution was indeed practiced for a variety of reasons. It says a few texts. You want me to skip down to
Listen, I can give you the execution, but in the sentence, it said sacrificial victims.
Huh?
Well, one of the main things
relatively nonviolent processing of sacrificial victims.
Well, remember, he says that when he says human sacrifice, he's using it in a certain context.
But this is a different document, though. This is a different document.
Yeah, this is a different
I'm
document.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
She's just going over all of the list of the whole title is about. Let me go up to the top because the title is about smiting pharaohs.
Okay,
it's called
great.
Smiting Pharaohs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on topic, and she's going through all of the list of what they considered execution, or was it human sacrifice? She addresses both in this whole paper.
But she does
and
not
when she
deny
comes up, and what
right?
Huh?
She doesn't deny sacrificial victims.
Here's
what she says about sacrificing.
But hold on though. But she talking about what we talking about is the smiting scene.
That's what
okay,
we talking
and so
about.
we have plenty of shows just talking about sacrifice and whether or not, but we talking about dudes who say that the smiting scene is evidence of sacrifice.
So hold on,
Exactly.
let's just read that sentence. The practice of human sacrifice.
Well, this
in ancient Egypt has been much debated, due largely to the apparent absence of pre-mortem traumatic injury on the individual.
Mm-hmm.
That's human sacrifice, though.
Though all other features of the burial perfectly fits the patterns for sacrificial victims accompanying a ruler into the afterlife.
But that's
human
you know
sacrifice.
what? And so let's talk about. Hold on.
Can I see? Wait. Can I see the? Can I see the paper?
Real quick, we know what all the other features
I
are.
wanna see the paper.
Yeah, he just showed it. He can show it again. But
I wasn't here. Can you show the?
Yeah. Smiting pharaohs. Checkmate. Okay. Rosalind put hands on Evelyn. You know what I'm talking about?
No, Smiting Pharaohs is the name of it's the by Rosalind Campbell. All right, thank you. I need that.
I'll never bring up anybody y'all gonna just put hands on.
The source said it itself.
The source just said it.
No, but the source said go ahead. You can speak for the source.
She's going over the list of different things in ancient Egypt. She's talking about the conversation of retainer sacrifice, and she's also talking about what they call execution and what Reggie is calling a sacrifice. She's saying that she's calling it an execution of war captives.
Exactly, just like Sot 12 just said. But that's true.
Sacrifice, right?
The smiting scenes are about military nationalistic domination. That's what they talk about.
I just showed you. Stop it.
You messed it up though, bro.
No, I didn't mess it up. I showed you what the sources say.
I know, but I can show you thousands of sources that say that.
You ain't show. Wait, you know how you messed up? You know how you messed up, Smash? You just started. You did this video just talking. And now we're into the sources.
Every time you ask me for a source, I saw you a new one. The first time I showed you the Memphis University talking about war reliefs of Seti the First at Karnak. You don't remember that though, bro.
Well, no, but they wasn't analyzing it.
Yes, they was. No, but they was breaking down what it was, and they had it categorized as what I said is categorized as war reliefs. And then I just referenced Sot 12 saying that these smiting scenes are about military nationalistic domination. That's a war relief.
I'm gonna agree to disagree.
We can
'Cause
agree with that.
You disagree that they're war reliefs, bro? So you trying to tell me
Yeah,
all around
but the
Temple of
purpose
Karnak is
of
talking
the
about
war
sacrifice?
So you are bringing out, right? You are excluding, right, my sources that actually dealt with sacrifice.
So
Now,
no, your source just got met with another source. Scholars fight scholars, and now we back on our own brain. We got one scholar say one thing, one scholar say another. Now we back
you
to
you lost because
Sadiq just
you
came through with the
said that I could
arrows.
not show. You lost.
No, well, you showed a scholar that I lost that point.
Backtracking.
See, that's just like getting one punch in a fight, but that don't win the fight. You just landed a punch.
No, it won the fight today.
No, that's not a battle. You just landed a punch.
You're the one.
The fight is whether the smiting scene is a sacrifice or not, and it's not. That's what the evidence is looking like.
No,
It's
that's
just
not
an execution. Even your sources said that there was an execution. Go right ahead.
Can I ask a question, please, sir? With the Smiting Pharaoh, are we supposed to take from that, or it's my understanding, let me know if I'm wrong, that these are images that when the Pharaoh, like Ramses and Narmer, they went to war and they killed people at war, and then as a symbolic sacrifice of these killings on the war field or the battlefield, they would make a sacrificial image of it as if it's a sacrifice to the god.
But I'll never even say that. I won't even say that it's a sacrifice to the god. You want to know why I will say that? Because we got evidence with what we talk about. Ramses' tale of the Battle of Kadesh, where you see the smiting scene, but when you read the text accompanying it, that ain't what's happening in the text even. So we know he didn't capture no people to smite at the end of the Battle of Kadesh. It was a peace treaty, remember, between the Hittites and the Egyptians. But when he came back, he told a fanciful story, and we see the story on the walls where he's smiting all these people. So once we know that that's just representation of his military prowess that he supposedly acted like he had when they encountered the Hittites.
Now, Smash, can I read this right quick for Sosa?
Go right ahead.
Go for it.
So the physical evidence of state-sanctioned violence is more scarce. A fact that has led many researchers to treat artistic and textual evidence of violence either in a positive way. You got the images and descriptions of violence are accurate representation of real events, or apologetically, the images of violence had little to no bearing on actual use of violence. The reality is certainly far more complex and nuanced, though a complete discussion is beyond the scope of this chapter. Some types of violence are more difficult to identify than others. While execution, Brother Reggie, was certainly enacted on living human victims as well as in the royal imagery, physical evidence of such practices has been difficult to identify with certainty. There is some evidence to suggest that state-sanctioned human sacrifice also occurred in the early stages of Egyptian state formation. Manipulation of the bodies of enemies, such as displays of the corpse or taking the trophies from defeated enemies, was certainly practiced during some periods. Given the remarkable preservation of human remains from ancient Egypt and the centuries of archaeological work conducted in Egypt, there is surprisingly little physical evidence of state-sanctioned violence against living or even dead victims. This is interesting in of itself, as it suggests that while Egyptians were perfectly willing to depict and enact violence in a variety of contexts and mediums, some evidence of violence in the physical world may have been actively concealed, and the bodies of the victims were processed as if the violence had not occurred, or simply destroyed entirely. In some cases, post-mortem processing was certainly intended to obscure violence.
Hold on. So
I agree with all that. I'm with all that.
And that's wonderful. So we will be willing to think that even still, even though I like everything she said, I'm just looking at her train of thought. She was willing to suggest that they had some post-mortem suture who was really good at hiding, just like when somebody gets shot in their head or whatever, and then and you look and you can't tell when you go to the funeral. She's suggesting that happened back in the day, and she would be willing to accept that more than accepting that it just didn't happen. I don't know that. I'm not critiquing her, but I'm just looking at, even though she's breathing out evidence on our side of things that's saying that it's not even there, but why would we think it's easier to assume they had a really good mortician than that they just didn't get hit with an object?
Yeah, but she also stated in writing in yellow, Egyptians were perfectly willing to depict and enact violence in a variety of contexts and mediums. Some evidence for violence in the physical world may have been actively concealed. And
that's what he just said, though.
But y'all got a concept of that exactly. That contradict everything y'all saying. That we had these sacrifices that's written all on the wall.
No, I don't fight that. That's Reggie's fight. Like,
but then they're gonna conceal it. Like, who are they hiding it from?
And then they write it on the wall. How is it concealed?
She said that. That's her words. I mean, you gotta.
Well, no. She got a very valid point, and this is a very good source. But we're examining beyond the scope of what she's talking about a little bit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you for letting me talk. Mine was just simply an analysis on the murmur and to find sources that they said that was a human sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't
know.
Now
you are moving the goalpost to somewhere else. Fine, I will do another presentation on my other evidence.
No, we just learning at this point, though.
Yeah.
It's Friday night. It's nothing. It's only 10:47 on the West Coast.
I'm outside the dojo. I'm in my car.
Reggie, you did good tonight. You always surprise me with some weirdo source. I said source. That source was weird because I never seen it, and I'm like, oh, so now
I'm
you do.
Outside of the dojo with my cigar, the Flor Dominicana Maduro. I gotta cut this habit out, but I'm in a stress mode. So I'm outside the dojo and I'm looking, and I'm glad that y'all don't think I'm crazy, right? That I do some research. I do go to the library. I think what the arguments that the community have are very, very important. And again, Smash is one of my favorites. Now, my brother Sadiq, who has been initiated, like, hey, I respect his work. I respect his work. But we're going to continue this dialogue on human sacrifice.
So
but the smiting scene don't got nothing to do with it. So we agree, right?
The smiting scene is lost.
We agree, right?
We agree that it was execution, right?
Yeah, it was execution, and it's military action.
No, it's ritual. It's human sacrifice.
All right, I'm gonna leave it with this one. Since you find every source, well, I'm gonna leave Reggie with this one. Find the one sacrifice scene. Well, don't go to Den. Besides Den, find the one that ain't associated with military action. There you go. That's my last one.
And then Reggie, we also got to bring it forward to now. Then, so Saddam Hussein and Bin Laden were sacrifices too.
That's what I'm saying.
Or were they war captives?
I don't understand what you mean.
I need not to go in that direction.
No, because it's going to illustrate a lot of things. But I got another. Go ahead.
The sources said how we think now is different than what the ancient Egyptians thought and depicted, because they are magical.
And they're religious. They're very religious people. So why would they leave religion out of? They put religion in everything. They don't.
And their king is more like the Pope, Jesus, and the president combined.
Yeah, they put religion in everything.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask a real quick question, please, for Brother Reggie and Smash? If you guys can tell me, I have this word here. It looks like an Egyptian word. If you can tell me what it means. It's SM, a symbol that looks like a backwards 3, and YW. SM, a symbol that looks like a backwards 3.
Can you show it? Are you showing it?
No, I can't show it where I am. If you'd like to bring up an article, I can give it to you, and you can. It's by the same author.
Bring it up. Put it in a link. Smash. Bring it up.
It's an article called "Sacred Violence," when ancient Egyptian punishment was dressed in ritual trappings.
Nice. Give them. Put the link in the chat. Bring it up, Smash.
Bro, so let's talk about when. Come on, man. Like, what about when you put a person in the guillotine?
I don't care. Bring up his source.
But I'm saying, if you do anything over and over, it's ritualistic.
We're talking about ancient Egypt, bro.
They don't do nothing just without religion. So if they put somebody,
Yeah, you're right. But because church and state wasn't separated,
they gave.
So every killing was a sacrifice then.
Every king's.
No, every killing, because they all was in the God. They was all in the God.
Separated, every killing because a person can just kill somebody on a random.
Right.
But if they in the God like that and they think God need to help them, like even if you in getting robbed and you say, "Oh God," and then if you shoot the person who robbing you,
that's not the same.
What's different? You just called on God the same way Ramses did.
You might know what we're talking about. Higher officials, like if a person just stabs somebody on the street because they slept with their wife, that's not going to be a ritualistic killing. That's an act of random violence. We talk about in the political scope. So you gotta.
No, you saying that because our state and church and state is separated out right now. I'm telling you.
You keep trying to dilute that.
No, that's the truth. Imagine that or go. No. We have look. Logic. We have societies right now that we could take what he just said and place what you just said into an Islamic society. Social. So you telling me social? Real quick, social. You telling me if somebody just start busting and they in Mecca or they in an Islamic place that they ain't Ishi Allah and it ain't all about Allah?
I agree. Let's properly define the pharaoh.
That could be when we're talking about the pharaohs.
Is he more like the president or more like the pope or more like a combination of the two?
We're talking about
well, that's why that separation of church and state is specific, so that our president won't be like a god.
But they didn't separate it, so we're not talking about our.
I know. You're right. You're right. So now that we know that it wasn't separated for them, we have to look at. That's why I was saying. Then every killing, if not separating it, qualifies an execution to be a sacrifice. Look real quick. If not separating these things qualifies an execution to be called a sacrifice, then every execution has to be looked at.
No, because somebody stabbing somebody on the street. Somebody stabbing on the street is not a.
No, that's not true, bro. Act like you watching the movie Avatar or something. You know when they kill an animal. Say when Indians kill an animal, don't they pray to sacrifice? Like, oh, I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
But we talk about the pharaoh. We talk about.
But it's so that you could get the concept of how people use sacrifice.
Yeah, but we got to stay in the context of that time. We can't come to 2023. We got to stay in the context of the time we're talking about.
Right, bouncing back and forth is making it confusing.
But I ain't too many people confused. But y'all too.
Listen, I brought up the word there because this word is given. I'm sorry, this word is given as a translation of sacrifices in the Sanskrit inscription.
Yeah, let's look it up. So what's the word?
Can you share the link so you can pull it up?
I'm not. No, I can't share. Unfortunately, I can give you the article, and like we did before, and you can bring it up. It's by the same gentleman that wrote the first article that I asked you to look up, Kerry Moulstein. It's called "Sacred Violence."
Say the word. Spell the word again.
When they say a phrase like "sacred violence," you already know what it is. Sacred.
I mean, it's saying a lot.
It says sacred violence when Egyptian punishment is dressed in ritual trappings.
Yeah.
So it's punishment for
sacred violence when Egyptian what?
Egyptian punishment is dressed in ritual trappings. And it's SM backwards 3 YW.
All right, I'm about to share the screen.
And that's a lowercase s, right?
So we're gonna look at this and watch this all fall apart. Watch how. See, this is the part that we've been trying to avoid doing because a lot of stuff about to fall apart. So we're gonna. What page is it we looking at?
It's on the very first page.
Oh yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah, I've seen this.
It says this. Or I'm just going. I don't even want to read all of this. We just looking for a word, right? That's supposed to be in the meta nature. Here we are looking at the same. All right, huh?
Yeah. Go down.
Oh, here
go
we
down
go.
on the
Here we
next
go.
page.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This falls apart. SM Samayu. All right. And we're gonna go straight to the TLA with that. SMA. Come on now. YW. That's the word for sacrifices. All right. So let's see if that stands up to our scrutiny. You see this right here, Reggie?
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, they messed up.
What does that mean?
So, well, I know Samada mean to unite, and so I know the Y and the W is just this Y and this W is giving you some these are all not suffixes. Hold on, somebody messing me up.
Give me that. Don't freestyle on me.
Yeah, we about to bring out the dictionary and beat their head. No, we're gonna beat your head into the jar. Look, I said Samad means to unite, and then the Y and the U is giving you these are suffixes. Now the Y is making it a person, and the U make it plural. So this is something is a nisbet adjective nisbet phrase that means to unite. Now, watch how I bust heads open since you thought I was freestyling.
Don't freestyle. What does it mean? What does it mean?
It means to unite, but I'm about to show you. Let's see if it means sacrifices. All right. So we're gonna go straight to the dictionary and look. I'm gonna put SMA first so you can see it without the
But it says, you see, it said that the inscription of Sunset line X plus 32.
Yeah, they messed that up.
Using a headless cow determinative that is always associated with the sacrifice.
So first, let's look at this. Y'all see the screen?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading.
Look at this. This is Sama right here, right? But we're going to see it the same way. You see that SMA? We're going to put the Y and the W, but I'm telling you, those are suffixes. The Y means to nisba, the noun, nisba, the adjective, and then the W means it's plural. But we'll show that. So here's the root, sama. Now in this term, it means
why don't I see it?
Yeah, I think you're showing something else.
Hold on.
Because you got to understand, it said the inscription it says the headless cow. That's always associated with sacrifice in the sentence.
Hell no, that's a big mistake. But think about it. That sometimes the headless cow sometimes is used phenotypic. Just to say sounds ka, but it's not always related to sacrifice. And think about it hard. People tell you that's where the letter A come from. If you really think about it.
Smash the dead in the water. Shemayu means to kill.
Hold on, man. Golly, we about to get all the way. We about to get all the way through this. Don't try to speed search. Like we looking at the root before we get to the word. We analyzing it right.
You ain't gotta do that. Just type to kill.
No, but we gotta understand the term. You gotta understand.
Make it smaller. Make it smaller so everybody can see. Yeah. Not you see it first, right in the big screen.
So look, I said it meant to unite. At first, I want to show that. Right? Do we have that here first? I want to show
that's not.
All right, that's fine. We're going to go through the dictionary. What's the rush? You see what I'm saying? Sama priest, Sama unite join. If we gonna get to your definition, it's gonna come. But see, the reason why you want to skip it is because we got other options right here. See, I know you, Reggie. You in the trick'emship, and what you wanted me to do is rush so that I wouldn't see this one.
Skipped over where it says buried.
Hold on.
You saw that. I
saw that. Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about, but let me show you something. Let's look at this. We're gonna look at everything, but I want you. Why y'all trying to dirty up? Y'all splashing in the pool, man. Hold on. Look at what's going on. Look, companions, right? This is one rendering for Sama'u. I just want you to see that. Now, where's the one you said buried or something, Reggie? You made that up. I'm going back up.
You blew past it.
All right, well, I could press previous. It should take me right to it. Buried. Where do you see buried? I'm pressing previous. Nothing says buried. Y'all be making stuff up.
No, you did show Barry. I saw it.
No, I pressed previous. Look, previous. It's showing each definition. See, now we back to the one I started at.
You skimmed past it.
Hold on, y'all. We catching dude.
All you gotta do is type, but I don't care about that. Put in to kill.
No, this is we're gonna keep doing it the way that we now. Look, we started over at the beginning.
No. Just put in to sacrifice.
I'm illustrating to people how y'all be making stuff up. We went back to the beginning. Guardians of the community. I'm pressing next. Blended. Maybe y'all thought blended said buried.
No. I saw Barry.
All right, well, let's keep going. The next, I'm going one by one so y'all can't fake or front. Blended, join, companions. Y'all see those? None of them say buried. It says to join, to make a present, a priest, to unite, to join, scalp side. Okay? Unite. Where did y'all see buried? Unite,
Burial.
scalp. We're going to keep looking one by one. Scalp side, lung, a temple. Where does it say? Burial. Okay, cool. So y'all see, hold on. Y'all see Samata as burial. That's fine. I just didn't see.
It said burial. Yeah,
okay, y'all. I see it in front of my face. Right. Samata. I just was like, where y'all see that at? So Samata. Let's keep going.
Put in.
No, we're not doing it your way because you be making your own picture. We looking at all of these attestations. Then we're gonna look at the Y and the W at the end of them because you said it meant to. You said it meant to kill, right?
On the same page. I've already found it, Smash.
All right, I'm just going one by one. I like to get all the knowledge. You're not. So look, see, this is why we do this because we got a samata. One of them meant buried, but samata right here means to unite the land. That's fine. Samata, an intermediate. Samata, the land part. No, we looking. Don't trip. I ain't dragging nothing out. I'm getting. Let's go back. Look, see, because we found another one. Samata, a mortuary priest or a funeral. Mm-hmm. All right. What did you say Samai was? They say sacrifices.
Reggie, show me that because I don't see that, Reggie.
So hold on. How is any of this helping y'all? Because we looking for something that means sacrifices.
Right, but it's simple. All you got to do is say find, right? Go to find.
Samata
No, you see what he's doing? He's got his
Smash. I already looked it up. I can't find it. I don't know what he's
Reggie making stuff up. Look at this, y'all. Sama. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this. What he don't want y'all to see. Sama Ta'ui. Y'all know what that is? That is the uniting of Upper and Lower Egypt. But guess what? Guess what's gonna happen when I scroll to the right?
But we got other
what does this say? What does this say?
Yeah, but we got other definitions.
Hold on, but what do that say though?
Yeah, uniting.
No, what does it say on the screen? A ritual.
Okay, look at my screen.
Hold on, Reggie. Now you messing it up. No, you don't want them to see this. The uniting of Upper and Lower Egypt is considered a ritual.
Yeah, we don't have.
But when we talk about ritualistic killings, we're talking about the killings that take place in the battle called Samata Ui.
No.
We looking at the dictionary.
No, all I need you to do is say find to sacrifice. That's all. Just do that. No, don't stop that. Just let's go.
No, this is why. Let me show you why I keep on being thorough on Reggie. Because what happens with the term when you feminize it, Reggie? It's an offering cake.
Yeah.
See?
That's fine. That's another word.
No, it's the same word with a feminized T on it.
Smash knows if he goes.
I'm keeping going. We obviously going to get to the one that you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to. We got Samata, 2 burials, and a mortuary priest. Nothing to do with sacrifice, dude. Burials.
Burial.
Yeah, that don't got. So everybody at a burial we seen in America is sacrifice.
Burial, mortuary priest.
We got priest that we have those at every funerary. We still do the same rituals. We still put people in the ground. That don't mean those people were sacrificed.
Listen, it's gonna take some time.
All right, look. So here you got. This is what Reggie wanted to see.
Wait. Okay, there it goes.
But is that the same?
Hold on.
Is that the same word though?
We about to hold on. We got to see a lot of things because first of all, Now we're gonna go further and we're gonna beat this up.
That's a dagger.
I guarantee. No, I guarantee.
That is not.
and mortuary priest
That does
related?
not
No,
mean that
this
it's
ain't the same word, Reggie. And you know.
No. I'm going. No. I'm
Reggie,
going.
you know that.
It means
Reggie,
to kill and
you know that.
sacrifice.
That's not the same
The
word.
root.
He know it ain't, and we gonna prove it. We gonna prove it because we got all the tools.
Now
look,
Sama means to kill and sacrifice.
no, well we about to prove that this root that you use it and that they probably use it possibly.
I don't care. Now I gotta see the glyphs.
Yeah, we gonna go to the TLA because we about to beat this up, and then everything gonna be out on the floor. Because I know how a why. So this is what we're saying.
Okay. You see, there's blood all over the damn floor. There's blood over the damn floor. So what he's trying to do is
you about to
disguise the
mess
fact
it
that
up.
it says to sacrifice.
And it still says to unite to join. So watch this. So watch this.
Offering.
Watch how bad it's about to
version.
get.
A slaughtering offering.
Watch this.
Offering.
Watch this.
Smash.
Bro, you know that this is, bro. I don't think you got a word. I don't think you put out a word. I ain't looked over
you are
already,
sacrificing
Reggie.
yourself.
You about to. This about to look ugly. Watch this.
Let's go to the Tartars. Plus X plus.
So now we about to look at this term in usage, right? First, we about to identify it for everybody and show what we doing.
But we gotta look at the context of when they.
This is the most way. Look, see. First of all, see what starts happening. Now, all right. So we get in. So we're gonna go to some. It's gonna happen every time.
But shouldn't we get the context used in the actual glyph?
Yeah, that's what we doing. You don't see my screen? Y'all don't see the TLA?
Yeah.
So look.
How is it used when they're talking about what they're talking about?
This is what we about to do. First of all, I want y'all to see something. Why the hell is Sama a wild bull? Tell me.
And why does it say to slay?
But hold on. And why does it say to sacrifice a steer? You know what a steer is?
Tell me.
Yeah, no.
We talking about human sacrifice.
It says sacrifice semicolon.
So hold on. This is why we clicked the link. See? And then what you gonna find out is they got how many attestations? 18. So hold on. This ain't the time to interrupt.
What time is it?
It's too late for you. You gotta break wind. Gotta get up out of here. Stick around, brother. It's only 18 attestations. It tells you it comes from a word for wild steer. You can't fuck with the magi. Wild steer. We talking about human sacrifice. When we go look at how they use it, they used it for wild steer. Now let's see how many of these attestations actually use Sama for sacrifice of a people. Look, I have prepared to sacrifice of sheep. That's one. That's the first one. New kingdom. All right, so this is going to be easy work. Now, sacrificial tablets, okay? What is a sacrificial tablet? The slaughterhouses, sacrificing animals. This is easy work. Easy work. So show me which attestation we going to get to where Sama is about to talk about humans. Bring cattle. I shall select all cattle for the slaughter. Let's go to the next one. Slaughter the cattle. Golly, this be easy. I slaughter the oxen for slaughter. But y'all want to take this word and say, oh no, when cirrhosis used it, it was talking about people. Well,
because if the context is people.
No, we're going to read that attestation, good brother.
Let's go to the
I've read it before. But first we learning about the term. First we learn. Let's not skip. That skip around ship. We can't do skip around ship. We got to be more exhaustive because it's only 18 attestations before we know how this term was used.
Yeah, but
all in 3,000 years. And we already did 6 of them. Just a little bit of patience, bro. So here they're slaughtering the ox, right? What are they slaughtering here? Cattle. They're slaughtering cattle. Okay, this is easy. Slaughtering. Also, what is this?
Cirrhosis talking about ox?
We're gonna get to that, but we get into the use because we're talking about this word was for sacrifice, remember? And then they put it in hyphens to let you get a further understanding that it meant sacrificing cattle. So we're trying to see if they have a use of it where they sacrificing something else. So they sacrifice the sheep. Every other time it's been cattle, and here they sacrificing the great snake or what have you. You know what I'm saying? Apophis or whatever. And so it's only a few more attestations until we can move on. Here they slaughtering another ox. None of this ever has nothing. Here's another ox. See, it hurts when you do this because imagine if we was in court. These are all different attestations I'm throwing to the jury so they can form their conclusions on what the term is used for. This is why y'all want to overtalk this part. Slaughtering the ox again.
I'm saying it's like you cannot address the you got to look at the context.
Exactly. That's what we're doing.
So let's look at what was he talking about.
But bro, you know we got to get to that first. Why would we look at what other people why would we look at this after that? You see what I mean? First we need to look at all of these and then let's look at it on that. And so we definitely but we looking at the root of the term. No, this is how you get to prove a point. Because we analyzing the root of the term before they made it a nisbah to say what type of things these were or whatever.
But we understand the root is sacrifice.
But you see what but you see what the sacrifice is concerning?
All right, but is Sunsaret, is he talking about cattle?
So you see that the root was concerning sacrificing bulls. Now let's go to the expounded term, and we'll be able to see that too, bro.
Or the actual context of what he was talking about. Was he talking about cattle?
Oh, it's about to be. It's gonna get even worse. Hold on.
Look, we're talking about the old kingdom, and not to mention they stopped doing it in the first kingdom, right? So we're almost looking at 1,000 years into the future, hoping that they were still writing about human sacrifice when they stopped doing human sacrifice.
What are you talking about?
That. That's what we're talking about.
Zero set the 12th dynasty, bro.
Right. So and they stopped doing it in the first dynasty.
But they said somebody he was sacrificing. They said he used this word on somebody he was sacrificing.
Get that context. Let's get that one so we can get a better.
Let me fall back again.
Let's get that one so we can get a better understanding.
Man, please. I done read that still so many times. We done read it on my show so many times.
Yeah, but the root is sacrifice. That's the root.
You messed that up. The root is sacrificing the bull. It was never used about nothing. All right, we could even go to the ones that say just to slay.
Sacrifice.
That's not true.
The context of what's been shown.
Bruh, the actual root to teach people, the root is to slay. And then they have a derivative of a word when they're talking about cattle, where they talk about sacrificing cattle. But we're gonna we still look. We're doing good, but it seems that when we get to the TLA, what happened? Where you go, Reggie? I ain't heard from you.
I see. While you're doing this, I'm just collecting evidence. So I'm not in the dojo right now. I'm in my car.
Okay.
But I put out my cigar, and I'm just telling you, Smash. All of this is recorded. You need to take down this video. That's what you need to do.
That's how strong you feel, Reg.
Hey, Smash.
I'll take it down for you, so people can't see all the errors you made. Oops.
I got it.
What you got? It ain't in the TLA.
What's
Pull it up on
Sadiq,
your screen.
Oh, don't do the T. Come on, you know Smash. You taught me the TLA.
Well, I'm doing it right now, and I don't see it.
Okay. Do you want me to pull up something?
Yeah, pull up something, bro.
Okay.
We about to read Sin Rosette first of all.
No. See, he already know.
No, what?
He already know that I'm gonna pull up something.
I got plenty of stuff on the screen, so whatever you pull up, we just went over every attestation of the root, and now you see it's about slaughtering cattle, and y'all can't get around it.
I know I got around it, so here it goes. Smash. There's a whole lot of blood on the floor, bro. So
from slaughtering cattle.
No, see, I know the TLA tricks because you taught me it. Huh?
So show me something then. Where your screen at, bro? I just showed you 18 attestation. None of them was talking about a human. Did y'all ever notice that? Dang.
I'll give you that.
Well, okay, that's fine.
And also the root is to kill or to sacrifice. So we're still at either execution or human sacrifice.
And when they say sacrifice, they talking about cattle, Reggie.
So you're saying sacrifice was was limited to cattle. That's what
I mean, in a lot of cultures it is, bro. It wasn't limited because we seen sheep, and we seen sheep, and we seen the snake. So if we really wanted to do our homework, and if we was in an Egyptology class, and they said out of the 18 attestation over 3,000 years that you looked at for this term Sama, what was it used for? Why would you say human sacrifice?
Okay, can I pull up my screen?
Yep, always.
Okay, so let me just pull up my screen. Okay.
Reggie, you messing up the TLA.
I know I know the TLA trick. So share screen. I'm tired. I don't know if I want to do this. Right? So let's just see. Let's just do this. All right. So we gonna
Oh, you went back to this? You went back to the typewriter?
What are you talking about? Okay.
We was just all in ancient text. You went back to the typewriter.
Hold on, that's 2008. Let's
go ahead, Reggie.
All right. No sound effects from Smash. We're gonna look at Shema in this piece, right? No sound effects. Give me a second. Okay, let me get lined up. Shema. So let's go to the first instance of Shema, and it's okay. So, all right, where we at? Okay, Shema. Okay, so it says, woman is greatly hampered in her assessment of the death penalty. She limits herself by accepting only text that used in the Middle Egyptian term Shema, the New England term Hedah, or the phrase Ba in Mawat, or Sabiat, whatever, representing capital punishment. So Shema.
Hold on. So your source just said our term Shema represents capital punishment?
Yeah, right.
Come on, Reggie.
Wait. See,
you just messed up your whole night.
No.
He just threw the pot on the floor.
Let him cook.
Right. So no,
he just burnt down the kitchen.
This is what Smash did. Smash said you're not going to find any instances of Shema with humans. Now, I heard that even though I'm sleepy. Right.
That's what he said.
So now I am going. That's what he said. Right.
Bro, okay. I already could beat you. You going backwards in scholarship. So you couldn't go to the text corpus. You're just going to one particular European document. Correct?
No, they're Europeans.
We just went. We just looked at the text. I mean, the TLA is European too. But what I'm saying is they compiled the text corpus. Now, we just looked over every pyramid, tomb, and temple where the word was used. And you coming back to this paper?
No, Smash, your argument was that you only find it associated with cattle.
Yeah, I know. We just looked over it and we seen it.
So he's trying
to but the smart there could mean kill, because the subject of this article is ritual killing. So the smart there, you're still stuck at the killing definition for smart there.
Exactly.
And it still doesn't show sacrifice.
Here it goes right here. So it goes in another attestation, Asiacs as sacrifices. This is the term, Shmayawi M. Amo. Asiacs are being sacrificed.
No. Right? What about being killed? How about being killed, bro?
Recumbent headless cow determinative, in which case it always carries a sacrificial meaning.
Oh my God.
Right? He says there can be no doubt that Senraset intended a sacrificial association to apply to executions he had just enacted.
Dagger.
Reggie, let me ask you something. You know the metal nature. I want to ask why you running?
I mean, there's no more left to be said.
He did the PM Flintstone feet, boy.
It's over with, man.
Good night.
We got sound effects tonight.
Good night.
Hey, he did Flintstone feet.
It's over with.
Yeah, good night.
It's not over with. There's no place close to over with. That source right there just helped us out more. You know what I'm saying? So smiting the Asiatics. You say sacrificing is a word for slaying or killing.
Goddamn rap god. Keep the rap guy. Keep rapping, Smash.
Man, y'all making up sacrifice. Why y'all making up sacrifice? That's cold.
Yo, Smash, your next song is gonna be on Shema, and after the white crown, the red crown, it's gonna be on Shema.
sacrifice.
I can't even find. I'm fumbling through the TLA right now.
Keep fumbling. Good night, y'all. It has been a pleasure. Brother Reggie, how can I say, don't let these people talk about Brother Reggie. Like, even if I may be not correct, right? Brother Reggie will research the point. Don't let these people talk about your brother. Good night. It's been a pleasure. It's late at night. I love y'all.
Rug
Peace.
plug. Rug plug says Smash Rockwell doesn't want to believe that his favorite thing has dark elements. If you're wrong. I call myself the Magi to represent Nubia. That's actually my favorite thing. It's really my favorite thing. Like on some brand Nubians, even in hip hop. So go look at the Hieroglyphics first album and shout out to my man Stefan who put, rest in peace, who put Nubian pyramids on our first album in 1997. So it's really about banging Nubia, and Magi Archers protect Kemet. Now I know the bad things, and so when people make up fake ones, I be like, oh, you just made that up. You know what I'm saying? And so here we are with that same term of scrutiny that we were scrutinizing, that both of the scholars is saying that this means sacrifices. But we just looked up that it means to slay. And when they using the headless cow determinative that is always associated with sacrifice. I don't know about that. So y'all want to see, is that true? They said the headless cow, this is why Reggie ran. It's because the source said the headless cow determinative is always used with sacrifices. I bet you we could bring up 500 attestations right now looking at the headless cow determinative that ain't used with sacrifices.
I need Reggie. He my only metaneta translator.
But it's cool. But we kind of know that it means slaughtering the bull, so we got more evidence of why they use the headless cow. See the word right here, Sama, actually means a wild bull. They're not taking none of that into, they're not looking at none of that in their analysis. But I'm about to find that headless bull so we could keep going. But what say you, any of you?
Reggie done dropped the mic.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much where I'm at with it.
You done dropped the mic, man.
Reggie did a really good job tonight, man. He did his thing.
Yeah, he did good.
Killed it.
Shout out to brother Reggie.
That's
what still can't. The Smiting scene
God,
still. All y'all sources still said the Smiting scene was an execution. Y'all just wanted to be more. You know, I ain't mad at y'all.
That was his best work.
Yeah, they be jumping around in the show. The title of the show is still what it is, right?
Mm-hmm. They just want to make a point.
I think they've been taking these L's, so they take it any way they can.
Yeah, it's illustration. And then they be mad because when it come around the Magi Archers, it's like Christmas carols, you know what I mean? No elves, no elves. They be mad. The boy take no elves, no elves. I got a Christmas carol for y'all. I'm shooting at the Magi, boy. No elves.
So why is it so important to emphasize that there was no human sacrifice?
No. That's not that. It's not that. It's that we pay attention to it. I don't, like I said, I talk about Nubia most. I mean, I like Nubia most. The classes I took was in Nubiology, and I'm saying that. Well, not classes I took. I don't want to misrepresent that. But what I'm saying is that tradition, whatever y'all is critiquing, is found more prevalent in the Sudan. You know what I mean? Let's just be clear on that. So you can't act like I'm just tripping off the tradition looking bad. Someone would say, Magi, y'all had all kind of retainers down there. So that's what I'm saying. So you know that I personally couldn't had nothing against that. Why is Samata? Oh man,
what that cultural entanglement going on down this, man? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So it ain't nothing, but I'm just looking at the evidence, and even when we start to scrutinize it, we at least see that we're justified by continuing the debate. It's not like it's a case closed. You know what I'm saying?
It's definitely not a case closed, especially when we don't have any of the vowels.
Well, I think the writer there is saying that Senuseret definitely means sacrifice. I think that's their interpretation because they're the ones presenting a case for sacrifice. So it's in their interest to. Now, I think it would behoove us to look up that headless cow to see if it does indeed always
that's what I was about to do. I'm looking it up. If y'all can see my screen, I'm gonna pull it up right now, and we gonna look at that. But you're gonna notice when you see. Go ahead.
Yeah. In my head, it's still no reason to put words in Senusret's mouth. And if we are going to put words in his mouth, we can just still at this point suggest that it could be Samak, could be to kill, since we do know that it was an execution, and execution was a penalty for desecrating the temple. So I think I understand that the suggestion that it's a sacrifice, but I think perhaps the headless cow might be the well.
Did the document say? See, this document said the headless cow, and the other document said. I thought the other document said the head of a cow.
But he said the Todd description Senuseret line X plus 32 using a headless cow determined.
Now, the headless cow, obviously, now they really tripping, but let's keep it going. We're going to look at the headless cow and not the head of the cow. And I'm just looking for the Gardner sign code. It should be in parts of animals, so it should be.
Is it F26?
Yeah, F26, thank you. And so I'm going to pop that in the TLA. And all I'm going to do is go down here to put F26. And first it's going to show us every word where this cow was used. Now, if what that scholar said is true, then every place we see it is going to be talking about sacrifice. Translate to Egypt. So that's what I'm saying. That's a bunch of, it's just a bunch of quack. And any scholar could beat that up. So what I will be doing is coming to these attestations. Here we see the headless cow. It simply means the superintendent of the youth of the residence. Now the residence is Kenu, and that's the old name in Egypt, which was written with a headless cow. It simply means the interior. This person don't know what they're talking about, and a depth and an understanding of the language will give a heightened understanding to this. So you see this right here, and that says Kenu, which is represented by this right here, even though it appears backwards. I don't know how they did it that way. But
I need a metaneta translator.
Yeah, so you just notice this. You see this XNW? Even if you don't know metaneta, notice how every time we see this cow, it's going to be related. Look, see, there go the cow. You see the X, the headless cow. You see the X in the end right there? So you even if you don't know the glyphs, you can still follow that. I'm going to try to get this translated, but it won't show us. The great head of the cabinet, there go the X in the end, and there go the cow right there. Because why? Because it's giving us the kin sound or whatever. All right, and so
if you're referring to the cow, the headless cow, and it's by itself, right?
I mean, no, they didn't even expound that far. And let's go back and hold them by the merits of what they say. It says using the headless cow determinative that is always associated with sacrifice. So at least
the line, but he says the X plus 32.
No, they're saying what line it is in the inscription.
Yeah, the X plus 32.
Yeah, that's just the line it is on the stela. So they say on line X32, we find this word uses the headless cow determinative. Now, right here, let's talk about.
Can we look at that line with Senuseret?
So we have not got to that line yet.
I know, that's what.
Are those headless cows you're looking at? Are those determinatives as well?
All right, so let's see. Let's think about it. Let's do a few things to get to that line. We have to find out which exact. Senuseret the first. All right. And when he talking about I can just pull that up easy, but in the TLA, it's going to give you a dictionary rendering. So I have to pull it up in the TLA and then find the primary. But even still, if we continue along these lines, First, we learning whether or not, well, this ain't in a determinative position, so I could slide through and we could just see when it's at the end like this. We could be done with this analysis. This don't mean, it mean the same thing. It's back here in the end, Kenu. It's not being used as a determinative though, so let's be right. Let's see when it's actually being used as a determinative. Like, you know, like in the final position of the term, basically. Yeah, and it's just because finding that Senro set text, it'll just be more drawn out. But while we talking, I could be pulling it up. So I don't even find it in that position on too many terms. So now if we find it on that word, we're going to have to even see if they translated the glyphs right. Because what they're showing is no attestation of it used on no word for Sama. I didn't see no Sama. But
how do you know a determinative when you see it?
So it could be any ideogram, but it's what position it is in on the word. So you see the cow is in the, I'm reading from right to left here on this one. And the cow is in the foremost position for some strange reason. But this term, they got this term all mixed up over here. It's just crazy. And so the cow is in the foremost position of the word. So I mean, I use it to say the sound. And then this is a nubo, and this is a per for a house. We know Kenu is the interior. If I go right here and type XNW, it's gonna show that means the interior. I probably should have clicked this button. So yeah, see it say interiors, and so you still see the cow, right? The cow without his head on it. And we see that over and over again. But this is not refuting what the scholar said, because it's not in the final position, it's in the foremost. And so we're going to get to that, and I guess we should do it the way that Social suggests, by trying to locate this Senro set. So what's the quickest way I'm going to locate Senro set would possibly be to click on text right here, right? But somebody can have the floor. Go ahead.
Are we reading from right to left?
At that instance, we was reading from right to left in the Meta Nature, but in the yeah. I'm gonna try to see how quick we can find the Senro set stuff. That's say the middle. I don't. There's plenty of ways to find it, and other people will probably be able to find it quicker than me. But even still, then we have to look at the primary to see all that Meta Nature stuff. But yeah, somebody can have the flow while I'm on, because I'm going to get stuck trying to find this. So it's words used. So it's certain words used, right? So this is how I used to find it. I'm going to put this word, I'm going to put Nubia, and we'll be able to find Senro set the first quick. I could have put Asiatics too. I'm tripping. So I'm going to take, I actually should have put Asiatics. It's going to pop up quicker. There it go right here. Well, I don't know. I want to hear from some of y'all while I'm looking this up. Let me see. I feel like I'm talking unnecessary.
Well, there's something you might find interesting, Brother Smash. I remember you had a discussion about Amenhotep and a sacrifice of Amenhotep with 7 rebel princes in the temple. And that source came from Tor Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
I did a little bit of research on that, and from Wikipedia and Britannica says that these princes were actually killed in the battlefield in Syria.
Interesting.
Yeah, and there's no, they didn't mention anything about them being killed in a temple, and they have different ideas. One says he killed 7 rebel princes and, put their bodies up, 6 of the bodies on the temple, or in Nubia. And I think one of the bodies on the temple, and then the other was saying that he had killed 1 prince. So there's kind of discrepancies in the different sources for that I found.
Now,
and I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting, and I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm gonna bring that back up. So here we go with Senro set the first, but again, we're gonna look at the primary. But now, with this text, we're supposed to see the term Sama in it, and I do think this is the one they're talking about because I remember El Todd. I don't know if any of y'all remembering some of the stuff we was looking over earlier. They said something about et tad or whatever, but this
Yeah,
could,
that is it.
yeah.
Outside is center set.
So it
Yeah.
should be in this text, and so now I want to point to something right here. It says Nubian. Then it says has a question mark whether that's actually there. So they got code over here to let us know. And Aamu is in question, right? So, but the reason why they question it is not the same way they question it. When they put the parentheses here or the parentheticals or whatever, it's to say that it's not even on the wall. But when they put the question marks like this, they can't really make out. It is on the wall, but they can't make out what it's saying, so to speak. I think that's what the B code means. So that's Asiatics. And then they have this term, they say something about burning. So I want to put that clear. It says burning here. But in this, who knows what's going on with this sentence. I just wanted to point out this sentence, even though it's not the one we're looking for, all right? And so we're gonna just look for this term sama, basically. And let's see what they're talking about. Because like I said, it's going to be crazy to me. And hopefully, I mean, not hopefully, but I don't think we about to find it for some... Oh, here we go. No, this is something about a great sacrifice for something else. So hold on, man. See, that's what I be saying. In the same text, let's just make note, but they putting it in parentheses again with the question mark. So it's not really there when we look at the primary. But they're questioning if they talking about a sacrifice. Because all they really got is make from choice pieces of meat. So they saying, what do you want to make? He could be telling them to make a recipe. But they saying in these blanks that don't really exist on the stela is the word for a sacrifice. So let's point that type of stuff out. Now it says, which are in the necropolis, this burial precincts, and provide the protection for her. All right. It says, will act towards him whom at the entrance of the quarry. I don't know what all this is mean. It's broken up text, but they basically trying to say, make some sacrifice of the choice pieces of meat. And the term they use is I bet here. So we still haven't found our term, but they used a different term for sacrifice, apparently, if that was there. It says at the entry, the servants give blank, blank, blank. And we're supposed to find something in here about a term for sacrificing Asiatics. So I can zoom through because it's supposed to be in conjunction with Asiatics, right? And sometimes when reading these texts, it could take hella long. So I'm just scooping through to see if I see the statement. The phrase we're looking for is like Sama Iu M Aamu. Samayu M Aamu. So Aamu in English is going to be translated as Asiatics. So that's the, and so I'm at the end of this text. So I'm not going to say they're wrong. I'm going to say that because he got more than one text.
Sama at the bottom there.
Oh, you seen it?
Sama, yeah.
Where? Oh, right, so this is so you see that crosses in the Upper Egypt. This isn't the Sama.
Capital S.
Yeah, this is Upper Egypt for Shema'u. Well, like my song, Tashma'us, because the S is capital. So if we was looking, the one we looking for is going to have a capital S. I mean, a lowercase s, I apologize. And so, but that just don't mean nothing. That means we got to look at a different attestation from Sin Rosette. But, and so that's when it starts to be like it is. Now, we know he's talking about Asiatics in that one, so why did I search the word Nubian? Instead, I'll search the word Asiatic, which will take me closer. Or I should probably just put one A, huh? Well, let's see what happens.
You put it in the wrong spot.
Oh, okay.
Put it back up at the top.
I put it on the wrong line. Yeah, I'm tripping. So did I have, I'll move. Oh, yeah, this is the one that's going to show up. So we're going to find Asia, Asiatics. Hold on, translate to English. Asian woman. Well, I could just go, it's going to be the, oh, was that it under it? Yeah, I could go right here. It's going to be the same thing. So yeah, where y'all at? I'm just gonna try to. Oh, there we go. Simra said Aamu. There we go. No, this is a different one. Sacrifice cattle consists of Asian. All right, so this is it. Oh, but it ain't no way in the world that the sacrifice cattle could consist of Asiatics, right? So we found this. So let's go in. But notice it even say what I say because the term is now they got a different term here. They don't have the sama like the people said they would have. See, that's what I be saying, Reggie. That's why you go further and do the work. I'm leaning on the TLA because the TLA do transliterations and stuff. That artists are, let's go in on this text. So now this is what we do here. We read up in the bibliography that's going to show us the primary where we could go get it real quick. So none of these I can't go get real quick. This is just a book, so I'm not gonna go get another book. I don't want to know what he talking about or none of them. Some of the French ones might have the actual primary, right? But museum. So that's the bibliography of everybody who wrote on it. But this stele is going to be housed somewhere. So it's not a stele? Hold on. Let me see. All right, so at least we found it. So it's between Thebes and El Kebab and the west banks of El Tide. It says, oh, it's on the western outer wall. So it's still on the wall. So that's probably why we can't go to no museum. We'd have to find a picture. So now we're going to read this. A dating formula taking place on the throne session in his palace of life, salvation, health, calling out the title, which is made by the penetration of the two countries. Okay, everyone who kills nomads regarding to my protection about I expelled him who was blank, blank, blank against them in that they are far as blank, 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 not Sadek away, blank, whatever. Her son, the circumpolar stars, the two parts of pay and depth, okay, before whatever. We can't make sense of this because the text is all broken up. Before love the one who rises as the lonely star with them, while being full of care for this country. The shadow of the god that is Su Necher. So let's remember that. Su Necher is Ra. Okay? Of Egypt, Su Necher in Kemet. Su Necher in Kemet Remech. So for the Egyptian people, the shadow of God for the Egyptian people, everyone salutes his majesty. All right, let's go to the next line. The sun people. Now we was talking about this. Shout out to my partner. Are they on Earth here or are they in this cosmos? This is significant. Let's go back because they got the shadow of the nature, right? But this is what messed it up. The circumpolar stars. The two parts of pay and depth had made me start thinking, okay, what are they talking about? So right now this cosmoed it out, but they talking about some powers. You're going to see what I mean. So when it say everyone salute his majesty, the sun people, I don't think they talking about the people of Heliopolis here. Like if I click this, it's going to say sun folk. But see, it could say, well, they probably just talking about all mankind, but let's not get caught up on that. That was yesterday's show. What is in exist that happened, the living name, more than millions, the sun disk, yeah, they definitely are in the cosmos right now. They're not on Earth. I mean, they talking metaphysically. Before your majesty, according to what the gods wished, who made those to come out of your mouth, drive south as they give. I mean, it's hard to make sense of this. A true he is. Now notice they be coming up with definitive stuff out of text that is this broken up. But anyway, that what they call you, excellent is the protector of his divine father. They raise you because you were this pupil on Something broke up. Sell. Happy is overflowing. See, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes when you read the whole text, it ain't even giving us no context really. But he's talking about metaphysical stuff in the beginning of the text. Or at least I would say stuff we can't touch, like in the cosmos. He's talking about happy, the river. Her heart is glad after his 6. Let me let Sunchild back in. They bore. They're talking about the 9 archers are the 9 enemies of Egypt. So here we are in the real life context now. Okay? We ain't in the cosmos no more. Turn against you on the heart. It stretches out the end of the step, who unites with the 2 magical realms. So they went back to the pseudo. They went back to the two great magics. Okay. All right. So they're going all over the place, but let's keep it going. The first primeval times, Kepri, the living in his who supports it's hard to read. Made for the wretched people, or that's just the average common person. Unite too. The gods are delighted with the figure that arose there, the rays, the shoe. It is, see, when you read the whole text, golly, it's going to go on for hella long before we get to what we want to find. It is his name, after all, which came about the first time. That was shoe. All right. Let me just see how far it's going to take me, man. Maybe we could just read the page that actually say it. I mean, because we ain't getting nothing from reading that broken up text.
It did say line 32, if that helps.
Oh, yeah, it did say that, but are they going to note that like that? And thank you. Are they going to note that like that in here? Huh? I wonder, have we passed that yet? Well, we'll see Asiatics and we'll see Sama. So I don't think we're going to. I definitely know we seen it in the beginning attestation. All right. So I just want to I would have still been reading all of this stuff. So I'm kind of glad I stopped myself. And I'll share the link for anyone who wants to do further analysis. But once we get in the region of what they're discussing, then we'll expound. All right, here it goes. So let's read this page. It is what had happened. He had commanded me act because I had not acted immediately before. Before that I had always acted according to what he wished. Always I held both my arms open in greeting, literally asking for the face when I was still a youth, a pupil of his father. I began to cut off the enemy, the head, when he, his majesty of Horus, his blood of the body with the wild earth of his youth. See? So let's go right here. So is we saying that this is literal? I began to cut off the enemy, because right here the head is in parentheses. The term Karu right here is going to give us enemies. Okay? See? So Karui, see, Karu is to be against, to be opposed. They put the Y on there to make it a person. So this is opposition. So just like I was talking about the term Sama with a Y and a W, the Y and the W in suffix always mean the same things. When you see a Y, it changes the root to a person. So if Karu means in opposition, Karu-E is an enemy. Just like if Sudan mean the land of the black, a Sudani is a person from the land of the black. It's still the same Nisba working there. And so let's go back and see and keep going though. Let me see. Where was we at? I got lost. Oh, because it says, I began to cut off the enemy. I don't even want to read the head because it's throwing off of what we're analyzing. When he, the majesty of Horus, his, and then they put blood in parentheses too. So why is they doing this? Everything to make us finally think that it's going to be some type of a sacrifice. Notice that is in parentheses.
Nah, they showing how the god is participating in whatever they doing.
Well, in the code for this website, These type of real parentheses mean something different than these colons. These colons mean the word literally ain't there. So this word blood, they just injecting that. And these parentheses mean intended to imply. So they saying by enemies, they intended to imply cut off the head when he say cut off the enemy. But that's just a stretch because they got a word for head. You see what I mean? So everything that they put in their little parenthetical injections is going to lead us to believe now that some slaughter happened. But on the line of scrutiny here, we have his, hers, slaughterhouse was full, consisting of the enemy's children. So that right there, what can you say? It says the sacrificial cattle consist of Asiatics. So what they saying here, that's like a rhyme or a metaphor. So they saying the slaughterhouse, which we would normally be killing, this is me trying to be fair to this attestation. It seems like they say the slaughterhouse, which we normally would be slaughtering cattle in, is now full of Asiatics. And the sacrificial cattle consist of Asiatics.
That's a dagger.
That is a dagger, but let's look at it in multiple ways. First and foremost, yeah, that's a lug. That's a lug. But let's keep on looking at it because I like this type of analysis because it proves how that source was even wrong still. The one that Reggie came said that it says sacrifice and that cattle is a determinative to let us know that the term sama means sacrifice. But when we come to the TLA, we see something more metaphorical because they supposedly before we analyze it, they supposedly, and now that I'm looking over at the Metanetra, I'm going to say, okay, let's see what's going on here. Because this term for slaughterhouses is not lining up with this mesu, so it must be this one. Place of slaughter, okay? That's a slaughterhouse. I'm not taking that away. And they normally talking about cattle. It says M like, so it says slaughterhouse is like what? Child. So place of slaughter like child of the enemy. See, we really got to read this. So it says place of his, so this got an S. So this is why they put his or her. Because it's not her, this S means literally her. All right? It does, you don't mean, I'm making this big. So we can all peep gang. When you put an S, you're talking about a woman. So are they talking about Asia? So I began to cut off the enemy. Now that I see why they put the head in there, because they're trying to make us think that this is what's happening in the hot slaughterhouse. But let's keep going. I began to cut off the enemy when he, the majesty of Horus, which would be cirrhosis, his blood of the body with the wild heart of his youth. Can we make sense out of that? Probably not out of that translation. I bet you we can make sense out of Metanetra. But what does this mean, y'all, before we get to looking at this? Because it says, who did the slaughter of the attackers? So wait a minute. See? Slow down. Slow your roll. Even though they talking about what they saying right here, it says, the sacrificial cattle consist of Asiatics who did the slaughter of the attackers. Now I need some of y'all brains to chime in.
So I mean, what's the parentheses and 3 dots for? Is that saying like a big piece broke off before?
Yeah, exactly. And we don't know what was there. So, right, so something was in the beginning.
There could be a paragraph or two in between that.
Well, no. It wouldn't be a paragraph or two because they kind of like saying that this text was there, then something broke off, and this the next thing they see, basically. You see what I mean?
And basically they're asking who slaughtered the attackers. So
no, they said who did the slaughter of the attack. Oh, you saying that's a question? That could be a question.
Who did the slaughter?
That could be a question, but I don't think it makes sense because Well, no. It could who could be a statement too. Like the one who did the slaughter of the attackers is John. You know what I'm saying?
But the beginning is who?
No. It's a broken off piece of the wall right here. See what I mean? So it could be like the big black wolf who did the slaughter of the attackers, and the end of the wall broke off too, represented by this. So we have to. But what we do in what you're saying, if this was a question, then this would make no sense. I began to cut off the enemy. If this is a slaughter, he did it. He's saying he did it. See what I mean? And so, but let's keep it. The sacrifice cattle consists of Asiatics.
When he, Majesty of Horus.
If I was on your side of the fence, or the people who want this to be evidence for sacrifice, I would stick with the fact that they saying the sacrifice cattle is now Asiatics.
With that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm doing my best to actually not stretch it beyond that, but that's saying a lot right there.
But look at this. So this is now check this out. Check this out though. This is what they go in on it for us. This is the TLA for the NMSS.
I almost think that we should go look up slaughterhouse now.
We're gonna do all of
this.
this.
Be talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking about. So remember, this word NMT means place of slaughter. But I told you when they put an S on it, that means a woman's. So they about to break this down for us. And here go the word Karui, and so it says reading after Bardabatin or whatever in Cleary inscriptions, blah blah blah. The reference word of the suffix pronoun for which there is no alternative in the narrow gap remains, however, unclear. So basically, in that narrow gap, there's no alternative for what this could be, because you see, this is in parentheses too. It says instead of Nemet T, Helet, what's his name? Helet or whatever. Tensions 48 TF reads spit out. Okay, and so he says spitting was with the children of the enemies. So that is someone saying that it doesn't say slaughterhouse is the whatever with the children of the enemies. He's saying it says spitting out. Now we got tafah for a saw or a knife. Its translation is the knife was applied to the children of the enemy. All right, it says the reading is safe according to the Barberton Cleary inscription. So they say in the reading of Amenti, which is one of the other terms, Amin Yet or whatever, which is another term of scrutiny. It says the reading is safe according to Barberton or whatever, Barberton. On that inscription, the literal translation is consistent performing a sacrifice from the word of bush. So they're saying that this term I am in, which we find, let me make this smaller, is consistent with me consistently performing a sacrifice. All right, hold on. I wanna go down. And where that term is at. Let's see where that term is at. So this is the term that they say. But hold on, we got a lot going on right now.
There's a lot of hold on going on.
You know why? Because y'all don't notice enough. It's enough that you would not notice that if I didn't show you, you can't scrutinize it. For instance, when we came here, this term was supposed to be Sama Im Aamu, correct? See?
Right. Are we sure we're in the right place right there?
But this is where they're talking about sacrificial smiting of the Asiatics on cirrhosis, Stella.
They smashed with the parentheses around the ASI. Are we even sure that is Asiatics then?
So they got that. They just got an M. So what's on the wall? See, that's what I'm saying, man. So what's on the raw is really just the M. And they recommending that it's pluralized. But we don't really got the AA to let us know that it's Asiatics anyway. But that wouldn't take away from what we do have. We got this so-called place of slaughter, right? And it's some woman's place of slaughter, and they say it was full. But it don't say it was full. This do not say it's full. Look, y'all, I'm sorry. I have to show you we read Medu Netter for these reasons. Look, The place of slaughter. Now tell me this says it's full. S. This is her. Look, her place. Her place of slaughter. They want it to be he secondarily, but you see, it got she, her. It don't got he nowhere in there. So it's feminine. Her place of slaughter.
You got me in the meta break that like you break dancing on me. Like,
no, I'm showing you the dictionary. You should be able to understand that if you go on term by term in a dictionary, that you can form your own transliteration just the same. I mean, your own definition the same way they doing it.
My confidence isn't as high as yours.
Mine is because I understand each of these terms that I see. You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I pointed out first that right here it don't even got samati whatever move. Now my brother pointed out that it could be another point on this text where they saying that, but this is the first time that we came across as we went in order that they talk about something sacrifices some Asiatics. So we will continue.
That's it, Smash. That's line 32.
Yeah, this is line 32, right?
Yeah, that is it. Yeah.
So I'm poking holes in a lot of things, but let's keep it clear. This attestation, y'all can use this as much as y'all want. I'm not mad at that. All I'm simply saying is first, it proves why we don't be going to the book work, Brother Reggie, because I just discredited the whole book work to where the term of scrutiny, if that person would have looked at the metal netter, it ain't even Samai. All right, it is. And now look at this. Now we got problems. Now we got problems because it says what endures, like daily offerings, bro. So it says the daily offerings of the A'amu. This can't be, but when we click over here, it say sacrifice.
But when you saying offerings to who?
Well, first, all right, that's cool. I don't know, right. But let's just keep it in order because that, like throwing in that question,
how you gonna offer up a whole Asiatic?
No, it's gonna throw us off track. We getting thrown off track. What we see in here first,
daily offerings is the key word.
Say the horse.
So I see why we don't get to the bottom of things is because we go off on too many tangents. We just simply first identifying that certain stuff that they said was there ain't there.
Let's go to the first part. It said began to cut off the enemy, right? Move over to the left.
Up to the top, you saying? Okay, up here.
Move over to the side. Began to cut off the enemy, the head, when he, the majesty of horrors, his blood of the body, with a wild heart in his youth. So who's the offering to?
So no, this is what I think they saying right here, and metaphorically is like it don't say the head, that's in parentheses. So when it say he began to cut off the enemy, I think this is a bold assertion of Simroset or saying that I began to smash on the Asiatics or whatever, and he did it with his son.
When you see the head in parentheses, the head gives context to what portion of the enemy is being cut off.
No. See, that's what I'm saying because
that's what parentheses.
But parentheses are not in Medu Neture. See what I mean? So when we go look at the text,
giving context, the person's giving context.
They're trying to, but all we could give our context to. This is the term. Look, so let's look at these terms. This is what I'm saying.
Is cut off actually there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There you go. Cut off right there. Now let's click. It don't got a head next. It got an enemy. So you saying you cut off the enemy. We say stuff like that to this day.
So you rejected the head.
Well, the head is only injected by some scholars. It's definitely not injected by the Medu Neture. Meaning if we go to the walls, we would never see nothing talking about a head.
I think that there's no head there is unfair, but we're gonna have to say it's. I'm not gonna say it's unfair, but it's unfortunate that there's no head there. But we just gonna say
they would have just said the word for head right here. You know what I'm saying? Instead of enemy.
I mean, that's kind of what I was
looking
saying.
At the actual glyph and seeing that it's actually a head and putting the parentheses.
No, they didn't do that. So the actual glyph is Karu. So this is what the actual glyphs look like that they see at that portion.
The actual.
We ain't gotta make it about the head. You can go on the slaughterhouse to say what the intention.
Yeah. So, but we doing everything that make the translation look so damning. When we go into the Medu Neture, we can see the liberties they took. Even with this term slaughterhouse, that's a liberty because This says a place of slaughter. Now you could call that a slaughterhouse.
That's a slaughter. That's
Oh no, that's not a slaughterhouse. That's a
You got
slaughter
cut-
place,
So you
bro.
got cutting
but
off,
that's
and you got place
a
of slaughter.
slaughterhouse. A slaughterhouse is a
No, I'm
place
not
of
against
slaughter.
that. I'm not taking that away. I'm not taking that away. I'm totally, you can have that. But when you hear slaughterhouse, we starting to think about a meat market. But they associate.
No. Just a place where it. This is a place where they
Yeah,
slaughter.
yeah. And well, since they put cattle here, the metaphor is made between slaughterhouse and meat market. Like, I'm not just going off on that. You got the slaughterhouse was full. Now hold on. I told you they did that. So let's go back over here. Because it says,
But it says slaughterhouse was full. It consisted of enemies' children.
so Mesu right here means the youth. And Karu, or Mesu is like the young, see, a child. And Karu is the enemy. So the enemy children.
So for sure got cut off.
His place of slaughter is, it don't say full with, because I bet you when we go over here, you see it's going to be in parentheses. So yeah, no, the enemy children in the place of slaughter, we agree on that. Where we fall off is where they say this word that supposedly we looked up earlier for sama ain't even on the text. It is a different word. Amin yet im aamu. So the word we scrutinized earlier don't even apply to this text. We would want
to have that XR right there.
So look at this. What do you mean XR? Let's go back.
The little glyph where it says XR.
So this one, that's enemies. You see? I'm gonna click it. Look. See what I mean? So what you saying? So right here is saying, just so you can be clear, I'm gonna do a literal. Place of slaughter, hers. This is a preposition connecting children and enemy. So place of slaughter, children, enemy. Then we got amenti, which is daily offerings of Asiatics.
Yeah, daily offering, like slaughtering of
Honestly, now I gotta look at this. No, we gonna go back. No. We can mess it up. So let's show why the scholars lied. So since I proved that the scholars lied, that you could clearly see it ain't no. Hold on, is there an SMA word right here? Yes or no? There's no sama word here.
No, but we read the place of slaughter.
No, but hold on, I got a point to make. And I'm showing you how this works when you start catching people. Like, look, the word ain't there, first of all, judge. If y'all the judge, can I at least say, judge, this ain't the word that we was just scrutinizing for 2 hours. Now, when we click into this word, it don't even say nothing about sacrifice. It say daily offerings. Now, if we want to get hold on though, because if we want to get real quick, I ain't finished. If we want to get metaphorical about it, we could say that it was the Asiatics offering their children to the slaughterhouses. But we can't even go that far because the two A's in Asiatic ain't even there. All we got is an M. So really
it can't be Asiatic because it says enemies. So why would the Asiatic to themselves would be enemies?
No, it says the store. Whose storehouses is full? We talking about Egypt. So the storehouse or the place of slaughter is Egypt's. Whoever her place of slaughter is, they talking about Egypt, I presume, since ultimately this is Simroset talking about how he smashed on everybody.
Can you put it back on English, please?
All right, over here. Oh yeah, it went to French, huh? It be doing that, or whatever it went to. Here's a her.
Yeah, where just like he said, where it say enemies, children, like if you just write down what we got so far, it's still, it don't help. Like it
yeah, you're right, but we under further analysis, you can't just stop there. You have to address why is this a different word than the scholar says it was. Can I ask that question?
We keep looking it up and it says offerings.
But right here they even messed up because it says sacrificial cattle. But let's do something because it's only 30 attestations to this term. 32.
So look, even if we just replace sacrificial cattle with offerings, right? And then we say whoever the enemies are at the slaughterhouse getting cut up. That's what we have. Like that is what we have right there.
So they say, look, right here, this is the same term. Brings the gifts to the fire festival, to the great festival, and to Sokar festival as a sacrifice, which is daily, and the daily requirement by the priest of the dead of his estate for the ka of the valiant king Ankmahor. So these gifts are the sacrifice, right? You see that? And this is the same term, IMNYT. Bringing the gifts are similar to the fire festival, to the great festival of Sokor as a sacrifice. So are y'all saying that on this text that these gifts are humans?
Smash, yeah.
Smash. Come on, man.
Smash, yo. I didn't look. So now it's based on how they are using it, right? Like they might not come straight out and call the person a sacrifice, right? But they might call them an offering.
No, you tripping, bro. You could go, bro. I guarantee you this, that we could go into this text right here and look at the list of what these items are. So they list the items and they number them, bro.
Bringing the offering to the festival.
Yes, we could go right in. Watch this. It
could very well.
I'm about to click right on this text, and they gonna tell you what the items is.
They do. It's not like.
But there's nothing to kiki about. You just showing what you think.
It's not like human is the only ritual. We're not saying that it's the only.
Okay, so we got past this attestation, but we only got 31 more to look at the use of this other term. See, so in this use, we can't say that these gifts were humans. So that means the sacrifice ain't talking about no dead humans. See,
no, because you don't have to, because you can sacrifice animals.
I know, that's fine.
Yeah, so it's multiple ways.
But we scrutinizing human sacrifice, brother. So if these gifts, if the only thing y'all could do is say that these gifts could be humans.
You're trying to lock us in, lock me in to it has to say human sacrifice.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Looking at it saying offerings.
Dude, this is philological. So check this out. Just real quick. I don't know why it's so much outburst. Let me just feel me. If we can't only look at one attestation if we trying to look at how they use the term in context. When we came to the first one, it discredited everything y'all say unless y'all want to say that the gifts that were brought to this festival were people.
No, but if I make a statement, then the only context is relevant that would be relevant is the statement that I made. So if you show another instance of a different context, that doesn't deny my statement, the censorette statement of the enemy children.
No, but so you got to remember what we analyzing though. We're analyzing. Check me out. Feel me. To respond to him real quick. You got to remember what we analyzing. We're analyzing if the second term, which wasn't Sama yet or Sama way. Yay, it was this amen yet word. We're trying to see if it fits into the context of how they're using it too, because we went over the first word, but when we got to the primary, that word wasn't even there. So all we doing is going to see if this word fit into the same context as we did the first term. And we got to the first attestation, it seems they talking about some gifts. Next, they talking about bringing offerings for this sacrifice, okay? But we might get one to help y'all. Look, it says sacrifice was established for all daily offerings, okay? So now we got these daily offerings, and what is this word they're using for sacrifice?
Yeah, but when you get down, here's her.
So now they got another word, zephet, they're using. Okay, it's used 3 times. But what was you saying right there?
When you get down, it says his, her, / slaughterhouse offering was filled with children.
No, so we just look, here it is again. This is the same attestation right here.
I'm still on that one too. And it consisted of enemy.
But I thought we got past that. Like I thought I said that we cleared that could say whatever it need to say. We're on the second part of the sentence to see if this is lining up with what the scholarship says it says. Remember, because they said this was sacrificing some Asiatics, but it appears that it could say something about Asiatics offering their children's as a daily, as some type of a sacrifice or whatever. Now, if I'm projecting that and going too far, let me know. But
let me ask a question. So in that context right there, who is doing the offering? Is it the Asiatic?
Well, right here it clearly say the offering amu. Offering. This would be an offering of the Asiatics. So
who is the enemy?
The enemy's children is the Asiatics. So that's why it make perfect sense.
Who's the enemy of the Asiatics?
No, the Egypt.
Right.
No, you messed that up completely. This is the Egyptian. No, but this is the Egyptians talking, bro.
Right.
So if he says if
Egyptians are referring to
the enemy's children, ain't they kids? It's the Asiatics' kids.
Right. They're the enemy.
Yeah. What are you? Oh my God. What are you doing right now?
So we agree that they're the enemy.
Yeah, we definitely agree on that.
Right? But you're saying that the Asiatics themselves but even if the Asiatics themselves offered up their children, it still doesn't negate.
Okay, so you still see. I'm glad you said that because at least you see what I'm. So now you're trying to move too fast though, because you do see what I'm saying is the anomaly with the text. You just said it that it could be these. Now we just but look.
Even if that's so,
I'm not against your ultimate point on that, bro. I want to do the analysis correctly, at least meticulously, and not just blow through all the other attestations we about to look at. Like it say, look at this one. I will give you provisions and these sweets of sacrifice. See, when we got to the next attestation, they talking about giving somebody some sweets, bruh. Literally.
Smash, I don't deny that there are other forms of sacrifices. Yeah, that's not. I'm not arguing.
But this is the same term, my brother. We're not even talking about.
But in any language, terminology can switch depending on context.
So in the next sentence, this term is used to give somebody some sweets, like a delicatessen. And the sacrifice is saying that it's an offering or a daily offering. But let's keep it, see if it's consistent. Permanent whose place is in front. I don't know how that has to do with sacrifice, but that word is used to say permanent in that sentence. Increase the daily offering. Permanent again. I guess I don't know what is used to say here. Sacrifice of God. All right, let's look at this one. Now, this is Hotep Neter, see? So that's what I'm saying. Down here, they say, as a permanent sacrifice daily in the shade. That's where we find our term, I'm into the daily offerings. So how you going to sacrifice somebody daily, bro? This don't make no sense. So they sacrifice the Amu daily?
I'm just reading like you read this.
Well, I'm trying to say we got to make sense out of what we translate.
I'm saying you calling the question the TLA. I can't do that.
No, it's not just the TLA, it's the ultimate readings. This is how we come up with new translations by saying, okay, well, we know that what we saying is making the most sense because we looked over all. Look, it says divine sacrifices.
Making the most sense.
Yeah,
it says divine sacrifices. All right, so what you're saying? What are you saying? You have the floor.
No, I'm just reading what it says right there. It says, rebuild the sanctuary as monuments to the end of eternity, made excellent with the needs of infinity, offered up to them the divine sacrifices as a daily lasting sacrifice, and provided for their bread offerings on earth.
So guess what's gonna happen when you come over here? And I'm sorry that knowing the extra part mess up everything for you. You see this Hotep Neter? It's different from this other term. I keep on trying to tell y'all, Hotep is what they doing for this first word for sacrifice. And how could you have a sacrifice of a sacrifice? It say Hotep Neter im Aminyet.
I don't know enough.
Huh?
I don't know enough to even.
No, you know all of this because these are all terms I know you know because I could guarantee you know all of these terms.
Yeah, I don't know the context of what you know what I'm saying. Like,
so you know Hotep, and now you know Nazi Yashaver tried to say that meant the sacrifice because he misused the dictionary like everybody else. But we know that's like a peace offering. We know Neter is Netcher, so that's an offering to the Netcher, right? We know M is a conjunction because we keep on saying it. It's going to say by, in, of, those type of conjunctions. And lastly, we got the same word that they say means sacrifice. So if that main truth, this is the sacrifice of the sacrifice. So how they translate it over here to make sense out of it is they say, what you just read, the divine sacrifices as a daily lasting sacrifice. But the only one we're dealing with in terms of the A'amu and the children is daily lasting sacrifice. It don't make no sense the way y'all want it to.
But listen, it's not saying a sacrifice of a sacrifice. You just read it. A divine sacrifice as a daily.
Bro, I broke that all the way down. So the divine sacrifice is Hotep Neter. The term of our scrutiny is this one, and they still got it classified as a daily lasting sacrifice. Not a sacrifice that lasts all day, bro, but it's really like a daily offering. Like, I give you this day your daily bread. That is a sacrifice. And it's
okay. So in political terms,
it literally says it right here, and provided for their bread offering on earth.
That's like we do.
So in political terms, isn't it fair to say that you
hold on, y'all can't run past that? What did the sacrifice provide for?
I agree with that. Daily
no logic. What did the sacrifice provide for? Well, that's what the sacrifice was. Bread,
yes.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that particular context.
So then we got this as a daily.
I can say in a regular sentence, Sosa sacrificed a gift to the God. In that context, it's a gift. Sosa sacrificed a human to the God. So I'm saying,
you could do that, but you have to find where that happens. You can't just say they could do it. So what we're learning is that this term Amin Yet is more like a daily offering, bro. That's why I asked, what did they get from this Amin Yet? Because you see daily sacrifice right here. But the Medu Neter say Amin Yet. It provided for them their daily offering of bread. So let's look at the next text, where the daily offerings are presented to you.
What's the Medu Neter for?
Amin Yet again. That's that word that they say means sacrifice. Now we see it mean daily offerings.
Because sacrifice could rotate as an offering.
So that means that the A'amu might have I think the A'amu really did surrender their children.
Listen, a religious offering is still doubles as a sacrifice.
I think the A'amu, you might be right, but the A'amu may have surrendered their children. That's what it seemed. That's the only thing that I could conclude, because they offered them to the place of. It seemed that they offered them to the place of sacrifice. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like it say. I'm not trying to take away from what it looked like it say. But Reggie, you was wrong. But the attestation is one that, I mean, I'm not no authority. I'm just judging by what it appears to look like.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that they compared them to a daily sacrifice and not even a divine sacrifice.
Okay, that's cool, but I think that was kind of messed up a little bit.
Even though it's daily, it's divine because it's dedicated to the God. So that makes
it's still right. Horus is still involved.
So really, the words we got still involved. We got the word for slaughter and we got the word for offering. That's to be fair to what y'all saying. Y'all could take that and that could just be all the way sacrifice. Like I'm not taking nothing from that attestation. Like I don't need to work around it. It's all is what it is. It's the result of a war, right? Simro said, and whatever you say they did with these people, so be it. But it appears to seem that the primary say that these Asiatics offered themselves up or their children up for a sacrifice. I'm not going to even try to change the word.
Smash, I ain't trying to, I ain't trying to do too much by saying this, but like, is he suggesting that he have a good time? Like why is he saying be youthful of heart while you do all that?
No, you went back and messed that up. He said his son was with him youthful of heart. So that would be the next Simro said, I think. He said he did it where he in his vigor and his son was beside him youthful in heart. But I'll go back. I see we got Corey stepped into the building. You got the floor whenever you got the floor. But I'm trying to get Google to translate this, and I got the wrong language.
What's going on?
So what's up, Corey? So we finally got you to agree with that, right? We got you to actually agree that they surrendered the children for a sacrifice.
Well, it say that they children was filled up the place of slaughter, bro.
Why y'all overlooking the word cattle? It says sacrificial cattle. Are you
don't say
the children? That it's referring to the children as cattle?
I mean, why aren't we assuming that the children were slaughtered?
It don't say they was slaughtered, bro. No, it don't say that they was slaughtered.
They said they had to be cutting somebody.
No, it never said that. Let's go back.
It's placing the children in the place.
Yeah, they in the place of slaughter. I'm not. That's what we got. Y'all want to keep reading the text? Because if we want to, it'll say we cut off all their heads. You know, they know how to write and they know how to say stuff.
Bro, it say they was cutting them in the
No,
slaughter.
it didn't say it. It said when he cut the enemy, and then man, y'all messing that up. Y'all messing that up particularly. And so let me show you in various ways. Because now we're going to find cutting the enemy in other places. But whatever. Everything I show y'all, you can't seem to see. When I click on the word that they said was sacrifices and we found out it meant daily offerings, that don't make no difference to y'all.
Nah, because daily offering that doubles as a sacrifice.
No, it don't. It don't.
Yeah,
A daily offering literally don't.
Nah, because I can give a daily offering of a ram to the gods.
What's up with Corey?
Sacrifice as a ram to the gods.
I need some water too.
That's why I came on. I just wanted to clear that up because and I'm enjoying the conversation, by the way. But and peace to everybody, Sosa,
What's going on, baby?
Logic. I ain't talked to you fellas in a while. Hopefully y'all doing well. Even in today's Christianity, you know, when you go to church, you know what I'm saying? The word sacrifice and offering is used synonymously. Right. It's the same word. You know what I'm saying? They use it in the same to mean the same things, to illustrate the same verbiage or actions. You know what I'm saying? It's a synonym. You know, when you look up the word, if y'all can just look up the English word. You see what I'm saying? Because it don't do really no good to do that. I hear y'all with the TLA, right? But we translating it. The point is to translate the Medunetia, right? The writings of the Egyptians, right? Into the English, right? So once we understand what the word is in the Medunetia, once we understand that this word means sacrifice in the Medunetia, or this word means offering in the Medunetia, we can actually look up what that word means. You see what I'm saying? And when you look that word up, you're going to see the synonym. You're going to see that offering and sacrifice is a synonym. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the reason why they got the difference, though, is because sometimes offerings are not sacrifices. You see what I'm saying? And that's the only reason why they got the difference. And sometimes sacrifices don't involve murder. You see what I mean?
No, it don't have to be murder. So
yeah, exactly. So that Corey made a very good point. But the reason why we got the different words is because sometimes they don't got nothing to do with each other.
They are, because
there is a time when an offering ain't a sacrifice, bro.
Even
if I got hella paper and I give you some money, that ain't a sacrifice. But if I got a little bit of paper and I give you some money, that's a sacrifice.
That's the very that's a perfect definition of sacrifice.
Right.
Jonathan, when you said that, if I got $20 and I give you 10 of it, what that means is I've sacrificed 10 of my dollars to you.
But look at the other one though.
Hold on, listen.
But don't let him. You gotta let him finish. Social, let him finish. But when you look at the other one, when you got hella paper,
even if I got $1 million, I give you 10. I still sacrifice.
No, that's just your mental scheme. You saying that, and it's just an offering because I'm not missing nothing. Normally, a sacrifice, you missing something. Like you saying, I will go without this in order to gain the benefit.
Right. And that's an offering as well.
Nobody gonna call it a sacrifice. It ain't a sacrifice if you got it, bro. Like I'm just saying, like
I mean, you looking at it is a sacrifice.
I mean, yeah, you true because the words are synonymous.
You may not think it's a sacrifice.
No, I'm agreeing with you because the words are synonymous, Sosa.
I'll value that $10 on my meeting. I'll sacrifice that team.
We agree because the words are synonymous, but we
around whatever you put in there.
It's a sacrifice.
No, I hear what y'all saying, but to some people it's an offering, bro. It depends, like, you know, that's why the words are synonymous, like Corey said. It could mean the same thing, but how you assess it and your what's in your storehouse would let us know whether it's a sacrifice or an offering, bro.
That doesn't determine if it's a sacrifice. The mere fact that you gave it up is a sacrifice.
No, well, hold on. We're not talking about just to be clear, we're not considering life in this. We're not talking about human sacrifice. We're just talking about the use of the word sacrifice. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Even if I gave you $1 and I got a million, the mere fact that I gave it up, I sacrificed.
Nah. That's almost like an opinion, bro.
To be fair,
that's like an opinion.
I want to be fair, Sosa. To be fair, I'm gonna give you some pushback, Sosa. to be 100% fair. Now, I'm not saying you wrong, Sosa, but what I'm saying to be 100% fair here. You know what I mean? And today, so things. Context kind of change a little bit, right? So words kind of mean a little bit different later on, you know. So now in today's, when somebody will say, "Well, I made that like let's say today, like me and you having a conversation, and I say, "Well, I gave my little cousin, you know what I'm saying, $50. I made that sacrifice." In today's world, that means I really didn't have a 50 to give him, but I went on ahead and gave it to him.
Exactly.
So this goes into what Smash is saying. Like, if you got it, it really today we don't really consider that as a sacrifice in today's in the way we mentally think about it. You see what I'm saying? Right. But if we going into the words, you know, if we're being semantic, then it's in favor of Sosa in company, right? Because if we only think about it mentally, then I think we can lean towards what Smash is saying. I'm just saying I just want to be totally.
I agree, but look, objective, right? Because a bum on the corner asked somebody for 50 cents, and the dude got the 50 cents, and he like, shit, nigga, I'm not gonna give you 50 cents. I work hard for my money. Right. He got the 50 cents to give you. There's nothing.
He don't want to make the sacrifice.
He don't want to make the sacrifice.
Oh, but I mean, nah, you just did that wrong. He just don't want to be generous. How about that? Because it ain't a sacrifice if he got money in abundance. Some people just stingy, bro.
But still, he don't. I ain't got it.
You have to be absent of something that you need for it to be a sacrifice, bro. I'm saying. You got to be absent of something that was needed.
I'm going to give you an olive branch, man, and I'm going to let you work with
But y'all did good. I mean, I like this attestation. Like, I'm not, look, you know I'm not no hater. You just got to put it in my face all the way because I need to see it. So, and y'all still ain't got past me with this when y'all just look better because I used to wonder why Reggie was making up so much stuff. But now, okay, I'm like, okay, this look a little better. But when we scrutinize it on the level that we scrutinize things, it started falling apart too, if you noticed it. And so I ain't mad. So,
to be honest though, I don't think this whole thing was that deep. I think it's just surface deep, and it's just what I said. It's a synonym. So when you say offering, you're basically saying the same thing as sacrifice. I don't think in the meta nature or even the time period, like when you look at the time period that these attestations are in, I don't think that will fly. Like what I said with the whole mental thing, that wouldn't fly in that time period. It would only fly in this time period. You know what I'm saying?
May I ask a question, please, Brother Smash?
What's up with it?
Where it says sacrificial cattle of the Amur, the Asiatics, the Asiatics were the ones who desecrated the temple. Could it be that they themselves provided cattle as a sacrifice for what they had done?
Now, the scholars ain't going with that because the line before it clearly says a word for enemies, children, and I can't go against that. It say Mesu Karu. Yeah, children of the enemy, and so I can't go against that.
Could there be enemies of the children who were killed, and they also gave sacrifices of cattle? Could those two things be true?
Well, it possibly could be, but the fact is, the word that they was using for cattle wasn't even really there when we analyzed it. So that's some mess 'em up stuff, and we could point that out to the TLL too. So Reggie's word for cattle was samayet. And that's what the scholarships say would be there when we look at the text. When we came to the text, it was actually a different term there that don't got much to do with cattle. It got more to do with daily offerings. So then we start scrutinizing how an offering was still a sacrifice, and you just heard that whole dialogue. Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get back to that one point. And notice here, something else get cut off right here. I just want you to see, in the same text, Simrosis were cut off from him. So the sons of Ra was cut off from him. So when they went in and put the parentheses and said his head went after the cut off, that's not really justified. Here's another thing that happens in this text as I was reading it while we was talking. They literally go to
in
some
that context. They were saying that the enemy, and they referred to the head, but they weren't talking about cirrhosis himself.
Oh, yeah, you're right. But look, here they do everything y'all talking about. Look, they make a procession to the temple. They perform the rite. They light the incense on the flame, and now here come the ritual, and here come the offerings and the sacrifice. Offerings to the altar, and they tell you what they are. Silver, gold, copper, amethyst, ore, lapis lazuli, turquoise, precious stones together, very beautiful, very much more than anything seen before in this land, as a tribute to the outlander or the prospectors who roam the lands under Horus His Majesty.
Yeah, in that context, that's what they.
So that's checkmate.
No, it's not checkmate, because in that context they offer silver and gold. In the other,
but y'all, I'm listening in. I'm listening in the background. I'm just gonna peace out, man. I just want to say,
thanks for tapping in.
I appreciate y'all, man. I'm listening in, man. Y'all keep on, man.
So that's what's up. So
offering might be the largest category.
Nah, y'all messed that up, because now they process down the street. They left them kids who got offered by the Asiatics wherever they was at. But doesn't this say a procession to the temple? Doesn't it say perform the rite? Here go your ritual. Incense on flames. This is the same Stella, bro.
What happened to the kids?
That's what I want to know. They not here on the altar.
We need to find out what happened to them children.
They cleaning up the slaughterhouse. Yes.
We need to find out what happened to the children.
They never got killed. They put the word heads in parentheses. The kids is cleaning up the slaughterhouse, Your Honor.
So the kids went to the slaughterhouse and got a job.
So you mad that they did? See, you mad that this happened? See, that's why you read the whole text. Because here's your. Does this say procession to the temple? Yes or no? I'm gonna make it big. Now I'm gonna make it so big that y'all can't get around it. Look,
like after we slaughtered them kids, we break dance.
No, I bet you $5 they're gonna go back and get the kids.
March down the street and light incense.
Keep reading. They're gonna go back and get the kids. Watch this. Is this not the procession to the temple, Social? So the kids should be in that procession if they about to be slaughtered, because they're about to perform the rite. See, that's the ritual, the rite, right? The ritual. Then they light the incense on the flame, so they got the ritual going. Now resting within. Now they about to do the ritual. Offerings to the altar. They just say of the altar. Of silver.
That could be saying after we slaughtered them kids. Because like when you do an offering, you slaughter the animal.
Nah, show me the kids on the altar. Here go the altar.
Right, but that's after we slaughtered it.
That's how the party kick off, yeah.
It's like when you slaughter.
I got y'all.
After we slaughter the lamb, now we do a procession. Now we give gold. Now we give.
Nah, y'all messed that up. Here go no slaughter happened at the temple. Basically, they wasn't even at the temple. They was at the place of slaughter. Now they come here and nothing happens here. It says, I now saw this place, this temple, while it was in front of the chapel of the god, the Lord of the gods, reduced to a bull ring in the water. Each of the chambers was filled with rubble mounted on the earth and the 2 hidden stones. So he went to some old place. Sunken covered its canals, clogged its basins, a swamp in the canal. It says the temple was overgrown with plants and the sacred place without the location was unrecognizable. So they gonna bring it back, whatever. Devastation is what I saw. They never killed no kids in here, bro.
Man, so where the kids at, bro?
The Asiatics offered their kids, and they filled up the slaughterhouse with them. But they didn't even have a slaughterhouse. It was a place of slaughter.
Ain't no butt in them, and what you.
But they never killed them.
You show me something that said they never killed them.
Show me something that say they killed them. They only say the place of slaughter is filled with kids. That's just saying that's. Look, his or her slaughterhouse was full with the sacrificial Asiatics who did the slaughter of the tactics, the attackers.
The fact that you would keep fighting after the enemy kids down at the slaughterhouse, just having a good time.
Yeah, no, they never got killed. I'm just keeping it a buck. Show me where they got killed in the primary. That's why we on here. And this sacrificial cattle consists of Asiatics, bro. You gotta really read that fake stuff.
Sending new students down.
Now I give y'all this slaughterhouse stuff, place of slaughter. I mean, I gotta look into that and this
Describe the
enemy
little
kids.
kids as offerings, bro. Come on.
It didn't say nothing about no offerings.
The little offering kids.
The sacrificial place was filled with kids, right? That's where they sacrificed. So he's saying
see, you keep messing it up. They didn't say sacrifice. They said slaughter.
No, I said the
The place of slaughter was filled with kids.
Was filled with kids. Yeah. The place of slaughter was filled with kids. So they negated that, and then they moved forward. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying that nobody ever said we killed all of their kids. Look, and then got our sacrifices again as big pieces of meat. So this piece of meat is a piece of a kid.
I don't know what that piece of meat could just be a piece of meat in that context.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So everything that it come down to what y'all talking about, they had lapis lazuli and other
Piece of meat
things.
ain't guaranteed came out the slaughterhouse, but them kids at the slaughterhouse.
So basically, y'all came with the strongest attestation y'all came with in a long time. But even this is inconclusive, and I'm just being honest. Like that, you read it, you seen they messed up on the wordplay, and they didn't say they killed them. They said the slaughterhouse is filled with the children of the Asiatics.
Man, I thought that was self-explanatory. I guess.
I thought I seen heck of people join. Where Babylon Don go? And I seen some other people join. What's up with y'all?
Hey, I'm right here, Smash. What's going on, brother?
Am I stretching it? I know you be thinking I be stretching it.
Rubber band man.
I ain't rubber band man. Don't give me that. That's a good nickname. That might stick, but that ain't me though.
Hey, Smash, this pineapple James.
What's up, James?
Can you go back to that one to the point that y'all keep talking about?
Yeah, because they tripping and messing it up.
I want to look at that.
Yeah, they messing it up. You know they messing it up, James.
So what I'm saying, you know, if you was, I don't know, I want to kind of like look at that a little bit more clear, because I know you saying you take out the parentheses, right, or whatever they have off in comments, and just pretty much read what you can.
Yeah, some of the stuff in parentheses ain't really there, so they trying to.
Somebody on here got it memorized. What's to be negated out? He keeps saying it.
Well,
he kind of messing it up from what you saying. Well, yeah. So if we can see that again, that'll be good, because that's really where the point of contention is at. But what I was see what I'm saying? The way you saying it, it kind of sound like a way of ancient talking, where they're saying they have all of the children of their enemies in slaughter.
All right, man, hold on, man. We got to read this again. The footnote, get it in. So there must be another text where they actually use, he must have wrote it twice, see? And they actually, in the other text, they must use that Samai word. So now it's all the way broke down. Now y'all getting checkmated. So it says, reading to Fa saw knife, its translation, the knife was applied to the children of the enemy. So that's what somebody translated that as. Now look, this is the word we say shouldn't be there. Amin yet. It says, And again, this JMN is that J stands for I. So I'm in yet. It says the reading is safe according to Barbertone description, blah, blah, blah. Now look, the literal translation is constant performing a sacrifice. But keep reading. Look, with the determinative of running cabal, it is probably to be understood as a constant sacrificial cattle. Or similarly compared to the translation about what Heckle reads on the other hand, JSI, and translated something like nausea. But look, Redford Todd, inscription 43, noted that Samayu, sacrificial victims, literally meant animals for sacrifice. Animals for sacrifice. So when we see that Sama'u there, we should also point that out, that literally the sacrificial victims is literally animals for sacrifice.
Facts, because you can't sacrifice fruits and vegetables.
So what I'm gonna look at, hold on, dog, because we've been running
That's
on
it right there, right?
Yeah, this is it. So what you want to see?
Well, it can't be calling the enemies
It
animals,
says
or is that
slaughterhouse was full of enemies' children.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Now let's go back, because we never did no analysis on slaughterhouse. Watch it fall apart. The place of slaughter, 126 attestations. Let's see how quick the TLA poke holes in this. In this or not. The small grill your ribs from the house of slaughterhouse and the bread. Okay, so that's something about eating some cow or whatever. It says you may make the slaughterhouse of Teddy prosper. Okay, it says you've been assigned to you bread, beer, and wine of the beef and the fowl and the piece of meat that is the bread in, again from the slaughterhouse. Thou shalt eat the thigh.
Together?
Pardon me?
Does it let you put both of the words together?
What do you mean?
The offerings and slaughterhouse?
Oh yeah, it definitely would. Yep, I could do that too. I will, actually. It says, thou shalt eat thighs, feed thyself, hatchet and snatch ribs from whores. So they talking about getting food from the slaughterhouse the same way we do it. Bread, the thigh of the great slaughterhouse, from giving the ribs from Osiris slaughterhouse. Okay. So the slaughterhouse is the same thing we know it, where they kill the beef. That's why they talked about the cattle. The 2 ribeyes from the slaughterhouse, they're getting ribeyes and everything. Look, ribeyes. 2 ribeyes. This is crazy, bro. That they was going to get ribeyes from the slaughterhouse way back then. Slaughterhouse of Horus, the slaughter of Horus.
So would one of these adaptations be would link up to the one that you had that other, because this is going off, that slaughter should be off in this thing right here, right?
Man, I don't even think that them kids was in the slaughterhouse. This is a metaphor. So basically the kids is in peril and it's hell of them. That's what I get out of that. The Asiatic kids is in peril. It's a lot of them, and they probably is offering them up. Because that's what they saying. They just saying the kids is in the slaughterhouse like cattle. That's why they said that cattle part. They wouldn't have said that cattle part for no reason.
They wouldn't have called them enemies for no reason.
Yeah, they said the enemy's kids is in the slaughterhouse like cattle, but just because they the enemy's kids, it don't mean they gonna kill them, bro. Like, for real, that's just.
I mean, couldn't they have put them anywhere other than the slaughterhouse? Though?
They said they was in the slaughterhouse. They didn't say we put them there. I don't know how they even got there. What they doing? They probably wanted some food. They was talking about their daily offerings. The small grill. What's up?
Can you go back to that? Just go back to that slaughterhouse one.
So, which one? The one we was talking about?
Yeah.
All right. I think I gotta go back one more time. I think it's right here. Look. It says his or her slaughterhouse was full of enemy's children. It says the sacrificial cattle consist of Asiatics. That's what I'm saying.
All right, look at that. Look at the first line.
Yeah, that is.
We're gonna include the first line as ending at children, and we're gonna end at Asiatic. We know that Asiatic is a word that's probably not there, but how much? the two lines are only consistent when you're talking about animals. The children don't fit right there. You can't be talking about children and then you're talking about cattle in both sentences.
Yeah, but they wouldn't use the word children if it wasn't children.
So this is a metaphor. So normally I think they're saying normally what's killed in this slaughterhouse is sacrificial cattle.
Right.
But they're saying now it's filled up with enemies' children. So they the sacrificial cattle now. It's not saying we sacrificing them like cattle. It's just saying the sacrificial cattle that's normally in the storehouse consists of Asiatics. Now they could get slaughtered. I don't care. I'm not against it.
Okay, hold on. But let me just.
But I'm looking at what it say.
So hold on. Even but the word children could also not necessarily mean children. It could just mean the enemy or the citizens of the of that particular enemy. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. No, I mean children. It mean children.
You don't have to mean children.
It do, because it's mess. They use mess. That mean birth. It's associated with birth. And so if you say mesu, that's putting plurality on birth.
Like what I'm saying, like in context, like we would be the children of America. You know what I'm saying?
The enemy's children
would. Thinking about off in an ancient context, they would say probably like that's the children of the of that country.
The children of Babylon.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, just trying to put something out there. I'm not saying.
But you know what though?
Okay, go ahead.
It don't say what's full blood. Look. It just say, I'm just saying though, it says slaughterhouse of now this is children, enemies. See? So it don't even say what's full. Oh, checkmate again. It just say this is the slaughterhouse this could be the slaughterhouse of the children's enemies, just like it say, bro.
Whether it was full all the way or halfway full, it's 75% full, man.
Nah, it don't say none of that, bro. None of the what's full is there, bro.
It's still room. You can have that. It's still room left. They can put more children in there if they want to. I'm cool with that.
Nah, because read what it say when you take the slaughterhouse was full out. It says his slaughterhouse of enemy children. So that would say, look, Nemet S.M. Mesu, correct? That don't make what does that mean?
That tells me.
Offered. Yeah, oh, they definitely offered their children now. Oh, they definitely are. Now that's more checkmate because it don't say it was full, so that it bring a different. I'm going to read this literally. This Nemet means place of slaughter. This S means her, so that's her place of slaughter. This M is a conjunction, so by or to or of. This is birth, and this is enemies. So all we got is her place of slaughter of enemies' children, right? I'm gonna say that's good. But then it says daily offerings of Asiatics. So what is they do? They doing that. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't care. But look, for anyone who wants to use this to say that, they sacrificed some children, that's still inconclusive. We do got them in the place of slaughter, so I ain't going against y'all. But they never are slaughtered, right? Who did the slaughter of the attackers? This broken off part is going to mess us up. We can't conclude what's broken off. But what does happen is when they go and do the actual ceremony that y'all talk about where slaughter and stuff is supposed to take place, because it ain't in the slaughterhouse, that's where they get meat and stuff. But they saying that those cattle is, look, when they got here, bro, they didn't mention those children at all. Go ahead.
What is this? It's mentioning Horus. Isn't this a king's tomb? Is this a king's tomb?
No, this is not. I don't think this is on the outside wall of a temple. Yeah, a temple to Montu.
We need to see the outside of this temple.
Yeah, it's not gonna have a picture attached to it.
I'm probably sure it do. If we look it up, it definitely will.
Ain't gonna see nothing but kids with their head.
But you just read all the text, so y'all want to do more picture shit. Yeah, there you go. You ain't gonna see nothing but kids with their head. I'll be like, no, that ain't no kid.
That ain't real head.
That ain't no head. Y'all tripping. Nah.
Yeah, we might need to do some looking shit.
Yeah, they be doing looking shit.
That ain't no
Let's see
head,
if
bro.
the kids
I'm gonna be
See, but if I feel like y'all getting past me, I shut up because I don't like to look like weak like that. But if y'all ain't getting past my words, then I'm gonna keep spitting my LIPs. You feel me? Let me see. Yeah, y'all don't be getting past it. So what I'm supposed to say? Like, you gotta point out the fact. I wish Reggie was here because I would have hung on the fact that his European scholar didn't do the homework because they didn't have that other term. They only had that one term, and this adds a lot to it. So Reggie, you lucky you left early, bro. Let me see.
When he dropped this on you and bounced out,
he came in with us. You know how Reggie try to do. Because Reggie live in a museum. He probably so he gonna say he gonna ask the curator. He be like, "I'm debating this really good guy and this guy," and he's like, "Give me some sources." And he be coming up out the basement of a museum on your ass. But this was a good one. I ain't mad at y'all, but it's still inconclusive. So to be fair, what is kids doing in the slaughterhouse? All right, now. They trying to get their daily offering. Just say right here, daily offerings of the Asiatics. Like what do I have to? That's why they there. They broke, they need some food. And we seen on other attestations the daily offering consists of bread and stuff, right? It say daily offerings of the Asiatics. So we got two ways to look at it. Either they offered their kids or they at the slaughterhouse trying to get some offerings. That's all I'm saying. I'm with y'all. If they offered their kids for slaughter, then that's what y'all say. But you still gotta prove that.
It say enemy kids. It would have just said kids.
No, what you mean? I'm with you. That whatever. That's the enemy kids.
It said house if it was just a house.
No, it's the enemy kids. I'm with you. But you ain't proved that they got killed at the slaughterhouse. They could be just made to do something. How come on the same stele when they perform the ritual? Nothing about that is on it. Tell me that. This is the same piece of basalt. There's a basalt slab. No, it's on the side of a temple. So how come when they write out what they do at the ritual and at the temple, they don't say nothing about killing no kids?
Okay, now what's the context? What's going on before you get to that part? If you
was like that lady said, certain things what's going on concealed
before they get to that part?
Right. That
he's just talking.
That, but I'm trying to not give him too much wiggle room to say I'm being pseudo.
No, I was saying Sin Rosette was just talking, not you just talking.
Okay.
So he was just talking.
Yeah, he was just talking about his feats in the land, and we read a lot of it. It wasn't even relevant. A heck of the text was broke up. But when we finally got down to that part, I would say y'all should try to do the most y'all can with that text. I can still refute it the ways that it needs to be refuted, but this the strongest one that y'all had so far.
Hey, look, good build, y'all. Hey, I'm gonna slide out, smash.
Word up. Thanks for tapping in. Yeah, it has been 5 late night hours.
Hold on. What this got to do with the first thing was about? I think they covered up everybody with one slab. What this got to do with that?
Yeah, nothing at all. Nothing at all. They all around the world. They trying to find some dirt.
No.
Somebody got nothing to do with that.
Let me tell you what happened, James. Somebody else put their Barry Sanders dancing shoes on today and juke.
I just want to know.
Somebody hit me with a juke in the open field today. That's what happened. I pulled up on him. I said, I just say what up. I just say what up, dog.
What's up with it?
Yeah, where you just pointed at where it says daily offering, it also says what endures before it says daily offerings. It says enemies, children, what endures. Would that be? Because if you read it that way, then it seems as if the enemy's children
endured,
endures, meaning they
lived on, huh? If you endure something, you ain't dead, right?
That means, right. Perhaps the reading is that the enemy's children were not killed, and they were the only ones who were not killed. If it's read that way.
Interesting.
Where you see that at?
What it says, what endures. To endure is like to carry on, right? A duration is I think the duration is the root of enduring. I mean, so let's look at enduring. It's to suffer. No, they said suffer, but I thought, hold on, yeah, remain in existence. So that messes it up because endures could mean suffering or remaining in existence, which is more problematic for our analysis. You know what I mean?
I'm starting to feel like Walter Williams, man. It's not been deciphered.
Because everything got a multifold that go both directions. But this is English. Right. So English has been deciphered. And endured in English still means suffered and suffer or remain in existence. So that's crazy too.
Yeah, endure. That's true as well.
Oh, well, if you endure something, right, then you suffered it. But if you enduring, you remain in existence. So let's go back and look at the TLA again. Because they endured, they didn't suffer. Yeah, they endured. They remained in existence, so to speak. But I've been talking for hella long. It's about a 5-hour stream. I want to thank everybody for making it good. We could keep on, but it's 1 o'clock where I'm at, 1 a.m. So it's probably 4 a.m. where y'all at.
It's definitely a good time for me to take it down, bro. Yeah, I appreciate it. This was a really good one. Always fun, man.
Yeah, it was fun. It'll be
always come chopping up with you, dog.
Word up. It'll be in the archives. I'm not mad. Reggie did good. All y'all who wants it really bad to be sacrificing Egypt, even though the scholars haven't found it and none of that stuff, y'all can have fun with that. It don't make me no difference, no different way. Like, and
I think the most important thing I'll take from this is that what the scholars said is actually not there. What does that say for what we consider scholarship? That the word that the scholars said is there is actually not there. I think that's the thing
what is he saying? What is he saying? The scholar's saying is not there.
So to give, once I looked at that footnote, it made me believe that there must be some other. Sometimes this happens in Medu Neter. They will re-record a similar text in another location and use not the exact same verbiage. So I'm only going to give some credit to scholarship and say that I don't think a thorough scholar who's been peer reviewed would make that egregious of a mistake. And it's possibly another rendition of the same text that uses different verbiage. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that happens a lot. So all of the pyramid text is the same text. You know that, right? All pyramid text is the same thing over and over and over. They just copy it over and change a few words like they biting or something. But if you line them up, it'd be looking like almost exactly the same text. That's why when we was talking about the Kemet Aret term, it didn't matter if we was looking at it from the Pyramid of Pepi or the Pyramid of Neith, because they copied the text over.
Okay. Well, peace, y'all. Have a good night.
Yeah, peace to you too.
Yeah, peace,
peace, everybody. Peace, man.
Yeah, peace, everybody. Anybody else got some closing words? If not,
man, I appreciate it again, bro.
Word up. Thanks for making it a good build. All right. I just closed that down. That was a good build. I'm not mad at y'all, but like I said, I'm about to do some more work. We can go in on these daily offerings. Let's see which one of these daily offerings before I get off turn into a sacrifice. I mean, we knew what type of offerings they were, and that was some cool analysis. They are in the slaughterhouse. If y'all want to say, see, they in the slaughterhouse, all right. Yeah, they shouldn't be in the slaughterhouse, like, you know what I'm saying? But they never got slaughtered, though. But why was they in the place of slaughter to begin with? I think it's because they petty Asiatic parents was trying to offer them as it appears. I'm going to just go over the rest of these. Dang, every time I do this, my book think it's French. This page is not French. Page is not French. Page is German. Now I'm going to go wake up my wife in the middle of the night. Let me see. Circulation of sacrifices, first of the givers of praises in the consulting offering. All right. This is all Ptolemaic even. I don't even want to read it. You see this Ptolemaic stuff? It ain't even like we ain't gonna get it, but it's still food. Who allocates the food in multiples of sacrifice foods. All right, y'all know what it is. Everybody made some good points. Ain't nobody playing hard-headed. If y'all finally come out with something, then I'm gonna say, okay, cool. But y'all ain't doing that good. You know what I'm saying? And when that being said, everybody, you know, look, I grant you that your sacrificial altar be furnished with all the good things for your regular daily sacrifice. So they're not killing a person daily. They're not even killing a cow daily. Your regular daily sacrifice is your daily bread. All right, we know that. We read it. Look, sacrifice food for your daily sacrifice, and to supply your storehouse with the food in the fields for the year.